gentlemen, the winner of this contest.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be around my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
By the ring.
Thanks, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you. This is it. I didn't.
Let's go.
Go see a watch out of that and go, baby.
He's okay?
I think so. He just needed a minute.
Okay.
Seriously, every single day, I read things like, I miss Adam Cole. The thing is, the bad news, it's not for me.
Hey.
Amazing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
Just to do it. Feels good. Feels so good. I'm so happy.
Let's f***ing go today.
By Pro Wrestling Clips. Flutes are civil. Conan broke the internet with his Vikingo contract news, though. Everyone's saying he's going to WWE.
Well, they can say whatever they want. That's not happening right now, that's for sure.
Yo, Hulkamaniacs, it's me, Hulk Hogan. Check out my new look. Brother, I was at Arby's scarfing down a chicken cordon bleu. That natural chicken tastes righteous. That's because it's not all pumped up with phosphates and fillers, which gave the Hulkster an idea. Maybe I don't need to be pumped up either. Who needs to be doing bench presses and deadlifts all day?
Now all of Arby's chicken is made with 100% all-natural, all-delicious chicken. Try our chicken cordon bleu with ham and melted Swiss. It'll have you saying,
I'm thinking Arby's, brother.
What was the first year I really started making? I think because I used to write down all the money I would make. Oh, I did this match on this date for this company and I got paid. I remember like when that pay went from $20 to $50, I was like, whoa. The first time I got offered $100, I was like, I'm getting paid $100 to go to the States to wrestle. Like it was mind blowing. I'm 6 years into the business and I'm making 20 grand a year. That's it. I don't need any other job. That's it.
Yeah.
This is my living now.
Yeah.
20 turned into like 40 the next year, which turned into 50. And over time, like, it's just gone up, which is great. And it continues to go up, thankfully.
What was your pay on your very first gig?
$0.
What was your first paid gig?
$20.
$20.
Yeah. I can actually tell you the first year in my business, in the business, I made $240. And that's because I made $20 once a month. So it was very easy to calculate.
Yeah. Didn't have to file, did you?
No, I didn't even have to. Never mind lying on taxes. Like, you just didn't even have to file them.
And you got paid cash too.
Yeah, of course.
As an outsider who's not a massive fan of, who I only know so much about it, I always thought, why isn't there some sort of signifying thing about the boots to the wrestler that the fans could?
Well, a lot of wrestlers don't wear boots anymore.
Yeah,
I see crazy, and I kind of don't like it because that's like the weird traditionalist part of me is like wrestling and wrestling boots.
Yeah,
sure,
put on your boots.
Yeah,
man.
put on your boots. What are you
doing? Yeah, put on your boots, pal.
Yeah,
that's the
Canadian
Canadian
lace them up.
Lace up your boots, bud.
It's like that expression. Oh, he's one of the best ever. Lace up a pair of boots.
Right.
But you got guys going out there in Jordans and stuff now, and I'm just like, what happened to this business?
And back in my day.
Yeah, exactly. Wrestler wanted to wear wrestling boots. I don't know. I really don't know what it is, but it's funny that I never really examined that about that. Sort of like holding on to something.
Yeah, you did.
So because I do know I have a different aspect of my life where I do that, which is my car.
Oh, you love your car.
Well, my car is a 2004 Nissan Altima.
Okay.
And I've had it for 12 years.
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Henig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
Sure, okay. No, 100% fine. That match was sick. It was fun. It was fun. It was, it was like I said, with last week, did a good number of people loved the match. So I thought that this week, how are we going to top that? And you did it, man.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show, Sicko Saturday Night. We're here. We did it. How you all doing this week? How was your weeks this week? How's your weekends been? We started a little late tonight. Usually I like to try and hop on earlier, but I was like, oh, we're going to go a little late tonight, a little PWT After Dark. I wish I had some sexy music to play. I'll just play one of these. How's chat doing? How's everybody doing? As people continue to file in across YouTube and X, I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks, and I am here to, this is the only meme I had in the folder, the Coldplay thing. It's like a dead thing now, it's like the Hawk Tua girl. It just came and went, So Collision's on. We got Collision on. I'm going to watch UFC after, and I'm going to watch Collision with you guys. And I have been watching. I was watching Jurassic Park a little bit before before this came on. It was on TNT. I was kind of locked in. And, we have some news to get to and some funny things to talk about and some sickos to roast and some Dave Meltzer to laugh at and all the good things you expect from PWT. What have I been doing? Man, I did a little Dabbleverse roundtable yesterday with Husey over on his channel. Go and check that out, and it is up. The video is up
Allegedly.
already. And yeah, it's myself, Husey, of course, Carl from Who Are These Podcasts. Who else was on there? Eckel, the Pineapple. Quadfather was on there. The Aussie guy was on there, and we dabbled a bit in the Dabbleverse. So just if you guys, I have another YouTube channel called @FilmArcsOut, where I dabble and I talk movies and I make fun of shit over there and do more video edit type stuff. I don't have a live show like this. But yeah, so it was a fun time. And then I also interviewed a former OVW heavyweight champion and had a laugh with him, played a couple games with him, and that will be on PWT Podcast. I maybe drop that tomorrow morning or maybe Monday morning for you guys. And yeah, it was a fun time. And that was yesterday as well. But Time Cop, we're going to watch it in 2 days' time, but it'll be like yesterday, but kind of from the future, but kind of from the past. It's kind of like Time Cop. So that'll be fun. And then you had to deal with Quadfather. He was okay, man. He was okay. They had to deal with me. I was really nervous. I'm a big, like, Who Are These Podcasts fan. So I'm sitting there with Carl, and I just met him like 4 seconds before we go on the air, and you know, in the green room, he's making us all laugh and shit. And then we just go on the air and I'm just like, oh, I'm so nervous. I can't be funny. I'm too scared to do my Greg Opie Hughes impression and shit. So it was a fun time though, but he wasn't so bad. It was mostly just Carl holding court. He was only there for so long. And it's like, you just want to hear him kind of talk about this stuff. Let's be honest. But yeah, it was good stuff. And then I talked to I had a fun time, an interview. I played a few games with a former OVW champion, multiple time former NWA World Heavyweight Champion challenger. And you guys will see that maybe Monday morning, I think is the best time. I just want you guys to like all see it and not be like, ugh, slough over it. I know Sunday people are just chilling out and stuff. But anyways, enough of all that bibble babble. This Fletcher's fighting Ishii, and I mean, it's going through commercial breaks and that. It's the Saturday show. I don't expect too much, but I was like, man, you know, Dynamite's been trying. They're doing key stuff on Collision that you like, you know, Dustin Rhodes getting his knees done in and shit. Like, you don't want to miss all that. So I'm like, okay, I'll throw it on. And it was just like a UFC fight night tonight, even though there's some banger sleeper fights on that card. I'll just watch it after. Okay, let me check in with chat, and then we'll get... Sorry, yeah, this meme's hacked, too. I don't even like this meme, but it's in here. It's the only one I had in here. I was like, shit. So let me check in with chat, and then we'll get into some actual hot news. And you guys don't care about me and what I got going on, but Juan Tenta for 2 says, I'm ready to pop in a psilocybin and enjoy the ride. I like that. I like that. Good play on words there, Juan. Chazarus for 5 says, early SC super chat before I head out. Thank you, good sir. I figured out Dave's math for Raw live numbers. It's flawed. Real number likely in 1.3 to 1.8 M range. Chazarus, if you're like, if you go on X and tag me at Pro Wrestle Times and you go, hey, it's Chazarus, here's the Meltzer math or whatever, I would love to check it out. I know you can't explain it all here, but I know he's faking the funk, so it doesn't matter. I just know he's flip-flopping around on trying to, like, it's just like the way he said, he's like, well, in no other company do we look at the turnstile count. It's ridiculous. In no other time is Dave trying this hard to, like, make WWE ratings seem like they're more than they are, or TNA or any other. And it's just so ridiculous. I mean, we know it's a fib. We don't even need a breakdown. But if you'd like to break it down, I'd love to bring it to the show. Lemon Lemming for 5 says, I gave you wrong dates last time. TNA Emergence is on Friday, same time as SmackDown, and Triple Mania is on Sicko Saturday. Okay, so that's Sicko Saturday. We'll do a Triple Mania watch along that day, okay? And then we'll review TNA Emergence because there's no way... Well, maybe, unless you guys... is that this Friday or like this one coming up? Maybe if you guys want me to do like a Friday versus SmackDown double watch along, and then the next day do a watch along or something. I don't know. Maybe we can set another goal or something on Wednesday, and if we hit it, maybe we could do that. If you guys want, just let me know in chat, and it's up to you guys. You guys determine, because I do want to watch Emergence with y'all, but I do enjoy my Fridays. Okay. Honestly, I just work. I just get a lot of editing done Fridays. I don't do shit. Okay. So is that what chat's saying? So 700K is still 250K below what they were doing in 2022 and 2023. Yeah, the victory laps are silly. Lincoln, you tried the Battlefield 6 open beta. I have not tried that. It was amazing how people celebrated AEW popping a number. I agree. It's like, it's such a minimal thing. Haha, lying bastards. Mike makes a valid point. Too funny. Tekla. Okay, yeah, let's get into some. Oh, George here with 5 says, are you starting the shoutouts tonight or Monday? Yeah, so guys, I made like a post for members. So if you're a tribal chief member, because I looked at the numbers after like forever. Okay, believe it or not, I'm not just like nose deep in the analytics of my channel, I just am focused on the grind and the build and the marathon that we're running here, So I looked at it and I was like, holy shit, I have a bunch of tribal chief members. It's actually crazy. So that's like crazy support for the show. So patrons and tribal chief members are going to start getting shouted out. And then like, again, I used to do it, but then the channel like really quickly was blowing up and I'm a one-man team over here. So I just lost track of I was like, holy shit, I can't, like reading the names, writing them all down every week and then prepping for the show and networking and everything, whatever. It doesn't matter. I was like, damn, I'm in over my head. So I'm going to bring it back though. And I'm even going to bring back a little graphic, like maybe where the names pop up in a graphic every week, So I don't know. That'll be on live/pods just whenever I do it, it'll happen. Look out for your guys' names and shit. Okay. And yeah. Thank you for reminding me about that because I did want to bring that up on the show. But yeah, so we'll do like audible audio shout outs. If you go back to the early shows, I did them all the time. It's just we're blowing up here in a good way. So it's a good thing. And yeah, okay. So let's get into, we do have some miscellaneous news. We're not over jam-packed with anything. I'd say Sickos and Dave are going to be the two most fruitful segments this evening. Okay, so tonight we start things off with miscellaneous news. Okay, and so we will head over to this tab. I hope you're all ready for miscellaneous news, ladies and gentlemen. Bad News Barrett.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So if you like what I do here on this pro wrestling channel, I have a pop culture, like I told you guys at the top of the show, dabbling a little bit, hanging out with Husey, reviewing Fantastic Four and stuff like that over at youtube.com/@PhilMarkso. Consider checking that out and subscribing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a world premiere of a new song called Master of None by Becca. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a Deonna Purrazzo diss track. And it is the world premiere. It dropped on July 31st, but it's the official world premiere here at PWT.
It's B3CCA. This girl's trying to act so classy. Oh, you're from Jersey. Shut up. Bitch, I'm Da Vinci on the mic. Donatello, my shape is nice. I always win so easy. Like Benny, Vici. Bitch, you're Baroque like you're Bach. My money's up, my tracks are hot. I'm the queen, you're a bitch top cunt. You're a master of none. Mona Lisa, I'm smiling, cause my money just keep piling. I'm Da Vinci, winning easy. I'm the queen of being sexy. Don't like Michelangelo. 16 walls, I'm made of gold. I prose like a pro. I prose Cicero. I'm Da Vinci, sitting pretty. I'm the king of every city. Got a lot to say, I'm wordy. No Jersey girl can hurt me. Technically, you're hella boring. Technically, I'm busy touring. Worldwide B3 every night. White girl wasted, sugar and spice. White girl wasted, sipping ice. White girl wasted, sipping ice. Bitch, I'm Da Vinci on the mic. Donatello, my shape is
Chat, what do you think? We listen to a lot of Becca here at PWT. I'm feeling it. I love it. This might be one of my new faves.
so hot. I'm a queen, real bitch, top ton. You're a master of none.
Becca, the undisputed rap queen of pro wrestling. Okay? The men can squabble over who's the best. In my book, it's B3CCA. So, round of applause for that world debut, that world premiere, ladies and gentlemen. Never before seen. First time it's ever been seen here on this show. Jake Hager, a.k.a. Jack Swagger, announces his retirement from pro wrestling over on, by the way, go and subscribe to Becca on YouTube and check out her Spotify and all that. Jake Hager was on Soraya's podcast, Paige, and he announced that he's retired from pro wrestling, and we'll get more from him in a bit in AEW news, but he has a trucking company, so good for him. Godspeed, God bless, and retired from MMA undefeated as well. Hey, man. It's good to see him like thriving, trucking companies, no joke. He'll make good bones doing that, So in a bit of like darker news, I guess, Jonathan Gresham, he posted this, and he said 2 days ago, I woke up and couldn't walk or move the left side of my body. I couldn't see and could barely talk. It took me 30 minutes to dial 911, but I finally did. Man, thank God. I woke up in the hospital, couldn't remember what had happened. They told me they had done an MRI and I had 2 strokes. I've had a lot of tests run, but everything has come back clean. They're not sure what happened, and the only thing they said was it could have been a possible complication from a bad case of COVID I had a couple of weeks ago. They said we may never know the exact reason. Needless to say, I will be taking the next 2 to 4 weeks off from wrestling to recover and get cleared fully by my neurologist. My wife saw me get carted off from the house on our Ring doorbell camera and somehow flew from Orlando to Atlanta in time that she was there when I woke up. I wasn't fully convinced I had a stroke until she showed me this photo of how my face looked. I never thought this would be something for me to worry about at 37 years old. I will be back soon. Yeah, man. Good energies, prayers up, all that good shit, good vibes over to Jonathan Gresham and, of course, Jordan Grace. And I hope he heals up, man. You guys know I'm a huge advocate of the octopus, and this is terrifying, and I'm just glad he's okay. And he just launched his wrestling school and all of that, I believe. Or at least he was like heavily ramping up the promotion for it. And I've always said, dude, he should be in there like beating dudes up for the Heritage Cup and doing that octopus gimmick in like AAA or coaching guys in NXT, especially the smaller guys. And yeah, hopefully that happens one day. But for now, health first, man. Speaking of health, posted by Triple H's thoughts. This is bad for your health right here. This tombstone off a middle rope. I don't know what show this is, but goddamn does this look violent. I mean, come on. Chat. What is that? Like, what the fuck? Why? I don't mean to laugh either, but I just really hope he tucked his head like very last minute, was okay. That's crazy. Jushin Thunder Liger will be inducted into the Rev Pro Hall of Fame on August 22nd during Forbidden Door weekend. The 13-year anniversary show, Night 1 Global Wars UK. And yeah, man, congratulations to two-time Hall of Famer because he is in the WWE Hall of Fame. Jushin Thunder Liger, a round of applause. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So let's play a banjo for TNA news. And Gia Miller came back after being attacked by Tessa Blanchard. You guys know she was attacked viciously before and written off for a little bit. And Gia Miller comes back and she has a message for Tessa Blanchard. Now, Anthem goes hard in the paint with the flags, okay? So I'm going to play this and we're going to react to it.
And so actually, I have a little bit of a message for you, Tessa. See, I've been professional. We've all put up with your petty bullcrap for long enough. But my patience has just run out. So whenever it is you get to come back to work, I just want to make one thing completely clear.
What is she going to make clear?
And that's that if you lay your hands on me one more time, I will kill you. Anyway, Gabby, you've done such a great job, but I think I'm going to hang on to this for right now.
So is she going to wrestle? This is where it works for me. If they turn the Gia thing into she has a match with Tessa and Tessa just bloodies her and bludgeons her and yes, bloodies her up and shit. And the reason behind that would be you're just really getting Tessa over. And then you get the idea in people's heads that, okay, Gia's tough and she can fight, even though, like, even if she's not going to be like a full-time wrestler, maybe that's what she's transitioning to do, right? And also, it's just like heat, and they don't do it all the time. Now, I know some people might be like, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. Like, Tony Storm, we see women get busted up all the time now, but not in TNA, so... I think that would be... No, am I off on that? I think that'd be a cool little fucking angle to do, because why else does she go, I will fucking kill you? Okay, well, you either have to do that now, or there's got to be something. Like, Tessa can't stand for that, you know? So, I don't know. We'll see what comes of that, but that was crazy. AJ Francis, in other crazy news, so we can't play the whole segment, but what happens is Rich Homie Swan comes back out of nowhere, dude. And I was excited for this, man. And I was hoping for these three to be like the ultimate first class. And I've talked about that numerous times on the show. But what they're doing, because Casey Navarro's so good and he's getting so over, and I think he has a legit injury. But Casey Navarro's like kicked out of first class, and then Rich Swan is back like in the group. So when Casey does come back, it'll be him taking
Backup. A backup? A replacement? Man, I busted my ass for 10 years to get to TNA. I earned my spot here. Oh, and then I get put in first class.
Sorry, how long have I been fucking muted? Have I been muted for like how many minutes here? I'm just ranting. He's cooking, I know it. Yeah, I am cooking. That's the problem. Okay. So forever. Oh, that's great. That's great to know. Too much hydration. Yeah. I'm on mute. 0 sound. How many minutes? Jesus Christ. A mute cast? Yeah, so at least 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Oh my God. Okay. Well, here, basically, I was just talking about how we have the TNA tag team titles match, like the Knockouts title match, and it's a 4-way, right? So we have Fatal Influence, we have the Elegance brand. I'm just going off the top now. We have the Inspiration, and then we have Zaya Brookside and Zaya Lee. And it's funny how Zaya Brookside and Zaya Lee, like even JC Jane called Zaya Lee. She just called her Zaya Lee on TNA, right? So their team name should just be Zaya Lee. Or even Zaya Brookside. That could work. But either way, they're a cool little team. I hope the Inspiration win, to be honest. But at the same token, it's odd that we don't have an NXT women's tag title or a WWE women's tag title on the line here, because TNA needs to start getting some of these back, unless what the long-term plan is here is like, okay, we're going to build it up so that at Bound for Glory, TNA, they all win all of their fucking belts back. And then it's a night that ends in like TNA, you know? And that would be a good payoff to all of this. But right now, I'm kind of weary with WWE just scooping up all their belts. I feel like Fatal Influence and JC Jane are going to have all the TNA belts, right? Because they're from NXT, and JC is the leader of that group, and she has their women's knockout title, you know? So I'm a little weary, but I'm more invested in TNA than I've been in a long time. Does that make sense, what I just said? Like, I'm more invested in TNA right now than I've been invested in them in a long ass time. So that's a very good thing. And I think hopefully they just don't get dicked down by WWE constantly every single week and every PLE forever until they get a TV deal. You know, at some point, TNA's got to win some of their belts too. And of course, you have Trick Williams, like, kind of playing both sides, and that's fine, but they got to get some back. And I will say this, though. I think what I'm saying is correct. If they build it correctly, it's like NXT takes all their fucking belts. It builds up to Bound for Glory. They announce their TV deal, all that beautiful shit. And then on that night, WWE makes TNA, and TNA, they fucking win all their belts back. And it's just a night of TNA, TNA, TNA. I think that is the way to go with this, and hopefully that's the plan. And I actually just repeated what I said in mute fairly perfectly and and accurately comparatively to my first rant on it while I was muted. And then I brought up here how Mike Santana is taking on Sami Callihan. And Sami Callihan says, if I lose, I retire in Baltimore and leave my boots in the ring. If this is the end, it's been a wild fucking ride. And this is when I realized I was on mute, chat. And so the best thing to do, the right thing to do, would be have Santana retire Callihan. I don't see how they don't do that. Like, I don't see there being any other option or choice in this matter. And Sami Callihan, a good squash match from Megan Bain there. That was awesome. Sami Callihan, I'm not going to say he's like washed or anything, but he was super over at one point, and he's done a lot for TNA. But I just think, it would do wonders for Santana just retiring in TNA. He could still go like do an indie match if he wants in a year or whatever the fuck and retire from the indies, pal. But he should do his TNA retirement to Santana at Emergence. I mean, I don't know. If he beats Santana, then where do you go from there, right? At Bound for Glory, it's got to be like Santana winning the title or Hendry. If it's not Hendry, Santana's got to win it. I say they should just give it to fucking Santana. But we'll see. We'll see about all of that. But yeah, hopefully, and I don't know, I'm not like, oh, I hate Sami Callihan, but hopefully it is his last match. Like, what a way to go out. I'm all for like R-Truth retiring to Cena in that loss on that big event. Like, I'm all for that, man. You got to go out in a classy way when you choose to, in a way that helps elevate someone. And even though Callahan's kind of whatever, if they do some hardcore, whatever, a fucking cage match or whatever, if they go all hardcore and Santana beats the shit out of him and makes him put his boots down and they shake hands and it sort of gives them the rub, and it's giving, Santana like a TNA, I don't know if you call him a legend, but I think Callihan was a world champion and shit. So it gives them the opportunity to, put him over and elevate him a little bit more. Speaking of Bound for Glory, man, they're set up for 4,000. Okay. They've distributed over 3,000 already. So I think this is, I don't know what building this is. Where are they? At the Tsongas Center in Lowell. So let's look this shit up. Tsongas Center, Lowell, mass capacity. 6,400, so 6,500. Okay, now for pro wrestling, it's maybe a little less than that, let's say. And they're set up for 4, and they've already sold 3. I think they sell this one the fuck out. The Hardys versus Team 3D one last time. Santana finally wins the title, saves TNA from NXT. They announced their TV deal. You have fucking... But all their titles get dropped back to TNA people and shit. And then maybe like AJ Styles has his one-off. Maybe. Who knows? Hidden X-Files on that one, right? Where is it? And I can't wait. I can't wait to hit you motherfuckers.
This just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
And yeah, this is going to be way better. And maybe that's what they did like with Slammiversary. Maybe they just gauged it like, okay, well, we know we can do this much. Bound for Glory's like our Mania show. I don't know. They're smart. What they're doing is smart, and it's all working. And you can't clown them for like booking a big building one time and then doing their highest attendance ever, and like they do that once and then they go back to like normal buildings and shit. That's not a clownable offense. And we have the emergence card here. So we have Williams versus Moose. We have Slater versus Alexander. We have Macklin versus Jake something for the TNA International Championship. We have the Hardys versus the Rascals with Myron Reed, which I fucking somewhat predicted what happened, which, I mean, I thought they were going to pull the belts down in that ladder match, but this is better. If they beat the Hardys for these belts, this is better for them. Santana versus Callihan. We have the Hometown Man versus Ryan Nemeth. And then, yeah, the 4-way women's match there, Fatal Influence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, which we talked about. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I shouldn't have got rid of the card. Whatever. I'll pull it up again another day. But that was motherfucking TNA news and muted news. Mutecast. Oh, that's funny.
Dummy, yeah.
No, I just moved things around, but I may just switch them back as I keep fucking hitting this cord. So it's hasn't worked out too terribly well for me in that regard. Got to be honest. I'm going to check in with chat, and then we're going to get into WWE and AEW news. Chat's going to tell me, what do you guys want first? You want AEW or WWE news? Let me know. And if you're on X, come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Come and hang out. Subscribe. Consider becoming a member. I do bonus shows on Mondays. It's 99 cents Canadian to become a member. Okay. Our dollar's shit. All right. I have a Patreon as well. Consider supporting and yeah, just hit like, subscribe, dislike, all that YouTube shit, you know? And vote in the poll. Do you think that AEW is beating WWE Raw and Netflix in the ratings like Meltzer's trying to fucking say? 34 likes. Yeah, let's run those up to 100 likes over on the Clips channel. Otherwise, you know who's here waiting in chat, waiting in the green room. Ready to do a run-in. Oh, I just fucking spilled coffee on myself. Okay, AEW news. Yeah, let's get in AEW news. I'm down with that. That's kind of what I was feeling anyways. And we will get into that. I'm going to check in with chat, though. Juan Tenta for 5 says, Phil's wife, what did you do tonight, Phil? Just bullied 2 severely autistic men on YT so 100 wrestling fans can chat about it. Phil's wife, that's nice. I don't bully anybody, bro. How's it bullying? Tony Khan could fucking pay people to nuke my shit off of the face of the internet, probably, if he wanted to. You know? Like, how is it bullying? We're just having a fucking laugh here. I'm not making fun of people. Oh, you kick, like Dax Harwood's like, oh, dude, I saw you begging to get into this party, loser, and shit. Oh man, he's talking to other wrestlers. Oh man, you talk to this loser. I don't do shit like that, bro. I just give my opinions. And you're bullying me right now. I feel victimized. Don't bully me.
Emotional damage.
And maybe I'm severely autistic, huh? How do you know? I probably am. Okay, so if I can, George Capture for 2 says, it's just autist on autist violence, bro. That's all it is. Mind your business. How about that? None ya biz. So George Capture for 2 says, Phil, we can't hear you. Yes, sorry about that. I was muted. I was in the fucking quantum zone. I don't know. Phil only picks on fat Japanese women. True. No, that's just stupid. Yeah, he's joking. Juan's joking, okay? Yeah, it's not even real money. Yeah, it's like Monopoly money. Yeah, oh, thanks, buddy. Thanks, Cash. It's true, though. Wednesday Impact on CW, book it trips. I don't know. I think they want Thursdays, dude. They've been working towards Thursdays for like a long time, and they've already gone live on Thursdays, and so I just don't know if trying to bang it out with Dynamite's the move. You know why? I think if they banged it out with Collision, that'd be a better move. You know? The arena is home of the UMass Lowell Riverhawks. In that arena, too, they play men's and women's basketball. Nice. Do they throw dildos on the court? What about octopi? Octopuses? I don't know. Slammiversary was a bit of a test. Yeah, exactly. But they sold more tickets than this building they're going to even hold. So they know it'll be like a massive sellout and it'll be crazy packed and it's going to look and sound fucking insane. And they can charge a little bit more for the tickets, probably. You know, just a little bit, not too much, because the demand will be there. I don't know, man. I think it's a good fucking move. Okay, I was watching Shark Tank, and I started to wonder what TK would be like if he tried to sell a stake in AEW. I'm Tony Khan, and I'm seeking $100 million for 0.01% of my company. It's great. Well, tell us about it. Well, it's great. Well, on Cage Match, it got a bunch of 10 stars. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Tony Khan, everyone together in the chat, all at the same time. Ichi Nissan da for AEW news. Dude, nobody makes fun of AEW more than my wife, though. You guys, she just doesn't get it. She's like, what? I don't get it. Maybe, I think she's given up on it, you know? But like, maybe if I was like, well, start watching again now, maybe, because they're focusing in on their core characters. But I mean, it's, you know, she's like, why are they fighting? You know, every time I'm like, I can't explain it all. You know, I got to explain 15 things. So someone take Bully Ray in this, but Renee Moxley Good, Paquette, Ambrose, time traveled, pulled a time cop. The ultimate. See, time cop's present here. A time cop reboot starring Renee Paquette, Moxley Good, Ambrose. And she like is doing an interview backstage, and then all of a sudden it's obviously pre-taped because then she's in the ring for the next segment and teleports time cop.
Best of luck to our ex-EVPs tonight as they take on the new hot tag team, Brodito.
Respect. What about respect for these guys?
And then she's just in the ring.
Wow, speaking of respect, let's head to the ring and the respectable Renee Paquette.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
And even like she's laughing and they're laughing about it. What's going on? It's such a joke. And I've been putting over lately too, their formatting and shit's been better. And it has. Like, yes, that is one glaringly bad fuck up. But like overall, you know, you isolate the show. They have been doing a better job of like, here's a package instead of just bullshit, you know? Even now on this Collision, they gave Megan Bain just like a 3-minute fucking squash. Awesome. You know, we need more of those. Even the other week, they had Hangman come out. He did like a 6-minute match where he had a good fight, but the guy didn't get all his shit in. He got just a solid win on the show. It was like a few weeks ago, maybe a couple weeks ago. That's solid. You know, we're seeing more of that. That's good. But yeah, that Renee Paquette shit is so glaringly bad. Speaking of glaringly bad, Rhea Ripley with her husband, Buddy Matthews, as he gets prepared for surgery on his ankle. So he's finally getting surgery on it. Now, typically, you know, the type of like twisting your ankle, that can sort of just heal. But he said it. He's like, dude, it's not healing at all. And it's from that janky fucking ring in Australia. And he's like, it's taking me forever to get better. And now he's finally got to go under the knife. So now it's going to take however long to fucking heal. And then it still might not fully be better. God forbid. But I hope, yeah, he has a speedy recovery, and shout out Buddy Matthews. And again, that's not a guy I'm like, oh man, I need to see him back in the Fed. But like, if he did go back to WWE one day and like joined Seth's faction now, and he already was in Seth's faction before, that he would fit in that group, I think, because he's like a big jack dude, but he can do like flippy explosive shit, you know. But otherwise, I'm not like clamoring to see him back in the Fed. He's a guy that, if used correctly, could actually do something in AEW as a singles guy, but they'll just probably put him back with Brody King once he's uninjured, and then they'll just like tag again. So I don't know, man. Wishing him a speedy recovery. Jim Ross confirms he'll be doing commentary at AEW New Japan Forbidden Door. He found out this week that, or he said, by God, King, I found out this week that via my communication with Tony Khan that he wants me to be in London at the O2 to call a couple matches. By God, I'm going to London, and that's a hell of a building. Listen, put him in a bubble suit, have someone escort him around everywhere. Tony, pay for 3 very attractive ladies to take care of Jim Ross and make sure he doesn't fall down and make sure no one's... I'm dead serious, okay? Like, all jokes aside, though, hire just like a security team even, just some people to make sure he doesn't fucking... If I hear this man falls in a hotel room again, I'm going to lose my shit, you know? And hey, he can say no. I'm not... JR can do what he wants. And if he's like, well, shit, King, I'd rather fall down. He's broken in half. I'd rather die in a hotel room than fucking sitting at home. If that's his, then okay. But every time now, and I said it last time, I was like, man, I hope he's safe. He went out to All In. And then he said, yeah, he suffered a fall in his hotel room. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. You know, I just want him to be healthy and happy and shit. You know, so traveling him all the way out to London, I just hope to God he's taken care of. And just, Tony, you got the money, man. Pay for someone to just be in his room with him and take care of him. You know what I mean? In whatever way that is. Just make sure he's good and doesn't fall. Someone to catch him, you know? Ash catch him. No. Shout out JR, though. The fucking GOAT. Here's Layla Gray. We played Becca's newest music video. Here's Layla Gray and her newest music video. Let's compare it. Let's see who's cooking. Right way. So she's in the jungle and shit. It's like the Flintstones and shit.
Is it how I move? The way my body tips on every single hit, and you like that? Or something I do? Cause the dimples by my lips, passion dimples by my hips, yeah, it's like that. Ooh, just one night I put on for you. I can buy it if you want me to. Let me show you an animal, baby.
I mean, it's not terrible. The production's good. Like whoever produced it and like engineered it, the audio and everything. It's kind of just generic music. It's not the worst like beat choice. The video just, Becca's got, her videos are so good in comparison to like anyone that we play on this show.
Let me show you an animal, baby, like lions and tigers and bears. Tonight, babe, do this the right way, baby, don't fight that, do this the right way. Tonight, babe, do this the right way, baby, don't fight that, do this the right way.
Compared to her last song, like the first one, when she's like, I'm making music now, this one's way better. Is it like the best song ever? No, I like it way more than I thought I was gonna before hitting play on it. I gotta be honest. I thought I was gonna like it way less. Let me see what chat. Is Layla from OVW? Yes, and AEW. It's better than Nikita Lyons. Way better. Dude, play some metal. Death to all but metal. Becca is the trashiest of the trashy. Bro, you're just a fucking hater. Becca's way better. Better than Samantha Irvin. It is better than Samantha Irvin's. For real. She might not be a better like technical singer, but her lyrics are way less like generic, and the melodies, like, it's produced really well, you know? So this Luis Rodriguez gentleman responds to Nicolo Piccolo, who goes off on AEW, who someone posted a video of like an AEW crowd, and he just looked over the crowd, and Nicolo Piccolo, of course, like head of sports, Paradigm Talent Agency, etc., etc. He's like, this is what I see. I only see 3 or 4 kids. Friend of the show, or he enjoys PWT at least. I understand that not every wrestling product is designed to hit the same audience, and I'm all for variety. The worst thing, and this dude, he's a wrestling fan. The worst thing that could happen to this business is another monopoly, but competition only matters if it is real, not fake numbers, not boosted engagement tricks, not a curated echo chamber bubble designed to protect someone's ego, and a bunch of parasites who see a money mark and too often don't fairly challenge him to do better. That does nothing in the long term for the wrestlers or the fans. It only protects the ego behind it. In the short term, it's great. It's great. I do not think fake narratives help anybody. In fact, I think they are dangerous. They confuse the audience. They mislead the talent. Yeah, bro, big time. They create a version of the business that does not actually exist. That is not fan service. Exactly, bro. This is what I called out so fucking early on. I was like, no, everyone say Tony Khan cares about the fans. No, dude, it's the opposite. They wouldn't book these big ass buildings if they cared about fans. Like, that's to stroke. It's not to stroke Tony's ego, but you have 7 people there who need their own dressing rooms and shit. We've heard the wrestlers talk about it. Like, we're not making this shit up, right? When 8 people need their own fucking dressing rooms back there and everyone's in their own little cliques and shit. Yeah, you need the bigger building. That's why Tony Khan, he's just like, oh, I booked the builder buildings because it's better for us. So Monet and everyone could pull their tour buses, everyone who has a trailer or whatever. Like, I don't even know if Monet has a bus, right? I think it's like she gets a trailer in whatever town, so they got to like rent her a trailer, pull it up on the lot. I don't know exactly the ins and outs, but she doesn't have like a Cody Rhodes bus. She has like a trailer, so they're not pulling a trailer around to every town. At least I don't think. Maybe. But it's a wild situation. So it's not fan service that you got to pay more for a beer because they want to go to this big ass building and the parking costs more than the ticket for the fucking show. That's not fan service. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, that is ultimately not healthy, and at worst it's toxic. I absolutely want a strong competitive alternative, one that actually drives change, one that pushes the industry forward instead of pretending forward momentum already happened. Right now, I do not believe that is what we have. It's only my opinion. I'm not suggesting this is the only opinion and that every other opinion is wrong. Why are adults connected with wrestling in the first place? Most of us fell in love with wrestling when we were younger kids, around the same age my son is today. The ability to build crossover stars, the kind who can lead blockbuster movies and hold global attention. And that's what I do not see in this picture. And that's just it, man. Nick's vision is like, dude, Vince blocked so much shit, right? And now that he's out of the way, more than all these sheets want to pretend he's got his hand in create. He's out of the way. That's why you're seeing more wrestlers and more movies and TV shows. And he would never let that happen, okay? And Nick he's riding this wave of like wrestling's gonna be fucking big. It is big again, it's mainstream again. So, and he sees that AEW could be that too. It can be that too, guys. It could. They have the resources. Like, that's the thing. Tony could do it. He just ain't doing it, So something that lives in memories and emotion and imprints in the minds of the next generation. That means global touring. That means media press junket reps overseas. That means connecting across generations. So again, what does your boy Phil say all the time? Hey, why don't they spend a month in the UK 1 year and then the year after you do a big fucking show there instead of, or whatever. Like, build audiences in these countries you're going to and shit. Tour around. Make your guys do house shows for a little while. Fuck. So that's what attracts advertisers, and advertisers ultimately are the driver for these billion-dollar media rights deals. The streamers are all there trying to build their AOVD tiers, and the best way to capture advertisers is through live sports, and then demand those same advertisers also spend money on scripted dramas. Boom! Dave, I study the business. There's just like a little nugget, man. It is Joseph Campbell, Universal Storytelling, the kind Will Smith perfected for 25 plus years, right up until or around things started to drift approximately 10 years ago. I see 3 to 4 kids in that audience, and I see a bunch of grown adults. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. And again, I point that out all the time too, chat. Who's the Rizzler doll for? When they're rolling it out on the same day that Moxley's getting impaled in the back with a spike bat. What is the actual fucking point? Someone explain to me what the point is, other than, well, we wanted YouTube numbers of bringing AJ, Big Boom, Costco guy, and the Rizzler out there for the pre-show to hopefully sell some pay-per-views last minute to have the main event where Moxley's being butchered in the head. Imagine some of the Rizzler's fans convinced their parents to buy this pay-per-view and they're watching this guy get shanked in the fucking head, prison style. Like, it's crazy, man. So you need to focus in on what it is you're trying to do. Are you trying to appeal to kids or grown-ass man children? You know? And he's saying there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just what are you doing? Stop faking the funk then. Just admit you're that. That's all anybody's asking. And then Nick says, it's just my observation and why I don't think any of the Max conversations are worth a shit, because the value to any of these streamers is the advertisers that these sports and live events bring to those platforms. I don't know. And then Luis Rodriguez says, perfect example. I took my grandkids to SummerSlam, bought them Yeet t-shirts, Roman Reigns t-shirts. I live in Philly. I asked them, do they want to go to AEW at the 2300 Arena? My good friend owns it, so it wouldn't be a problem. They said, no, they don't want to go. And that's the thing. It's women don't fucking get down with it either, really. AEW is the funniest, dumbest company of all time. This is the teleportation, I believe, again. And they pulled it down. They just flag you, too. They flag people for, sharing their content around. It's so fucking dumb. So AEW Dynamite did 700,000 and 711,000 viewers, still lost to NXT, but improved. And then everybody's parading this around and running victory laps like this matters, like a 700,000 matters. It's such a small, okay, good, they got a good bump. What happened? What's Dave's excuse? For 100,000 extra people. Well, they just weren't watching on Max this week, Brian. He's trying to lie and say that, it's super high on Max. It's not. It's that there's a certain number of people that will throw on AEW, okay? But they're not all watching on Max every week. You can't explain this. Because it's just an anomaly. It's just this unexplained fucking, here's 100,000 extra all of a sudden that just weren't watching on Max. How is Dave going to spin this? It's just so obvious what's happening. Yes, there's maybe, let's give them, say 50,000 people are watching on Max Live, let's say, Dynamite. And that's a lot. That's probably giving them a lot. And then there's 100,000 people floating around that will throw it on, man. If there's something interesting or maybe there's nothing else on, they'll throw it on. But we got to stop, because how do you explain these shifts? They're just growing. So then next week when it's back to 614,000, then what? Well, they just all went to Max. They all just decided to throw streaming on this week, Brian. What will the excuse be? That's why it's fuddy-duddy. We got to look at the year over year. Now, if they can do bigger than this next week, then bigger than that next, okay, we're rolling again. You guys know I'll be putting it over. I'm trying to put me and Wrestling Super, actually, me and Mish were just talking about on X there, just a little back and forth about AEW's been doing some shit to try and improve here and there. And they're more focused on okay, we're going to try and tell stories and we're going to focus on these core people on both of these shows. That's good. Okay. I give that thumbs up. As I put over before, the formatting and shit, if they keep popping numbers and shit, that's awesome. But it's crazy that 700K is being touted as this crazy thing, and Dave's trying to spin that to, oh yeah, more people are watching than Raw. Like, it's such a blatant fucking lie. It's disgusting, actually. So, Awful Wrestling say AEW may have the most sluggish, disengaged online wrestling fans in the U.S. The trends show that Wednesday is just not for Dynamite. TNA's online interest is growing almost as fast as AEW's slipping. Exactly. AEW is also the lowest viewed primetime wrestling TV show in Turner Network history. Oh, well, cord cutting. Okay, then why did 100,000 other people just tune in? Well, they reattach their cords and then cut them again next week, Brian. Like, how do you explain this shit? And look, dude, TNA is trending more than fucking AEW, even on a Wednesday. It's trending just as much as AEW. Look at NXT. Trending more on Wednesday. Like, this is studying the goddamn business, Dave. This is what matters. Well, why would this matter? Because this helps indicate, like, the YouTube numbers help indicate who's actually buying the pay-per-view through YouTube. These trends matter online. You want to talk about cord cutting and what translates to online. We have some of the biggest AEW sickos admitting on JD's show that they don't even pay for AEW. Yet they'll defend AEW till they're blue in the fucking face. And they don't even pay, which we're going to hear people say later. Like, it's just getting ridiculous, man. It's getting fucking ridiculous at this point. So here is the ratings as well. The Young Bucks got like their best quarter hour of all time. Monet was in there, Tony Storm, Athena, the Bucks, Callis, Fletcher. And then a huge ending dip for like, see, here's where Tony's a dumb fucking ass. If he made a compelling show and had something really good in the main event instead of fucking Aminata, Willow Nightingale, MJF through picture-in-picture through the quarter hour, a 12-minute overrun. If he just kept cut out some of this other bullshit and kept Briscoe versus MJF just in its time slot and did a fucking 10-minute match and then some shit after that was interesting or whatever, like that, they could have actually maybe sustained a fucking rating or like had a good ending, a happy ending, right? But they did okay. The Bucks were over here doing like their best quarter hour maybe in AEW history. And I mean, yeah, they did all right, man. That's good. But I mean, at the same token, it's good in comparison to what? Like their lead-in's not even as strong as it used to be. So compared to last year and the year before, it ain't shit. So hopefully by this time next year, they're doing 800, 900, a million. You know? Otherwise, what the fuck are we talking about? So Jim Ross calls Toni Storm his MVP of AEW. I think Toni Storm is my MVP, King. I think she's my favorite AEW wrestler right now. She books a lot of her own stuff, and she's creative as hell in matches. Creative like an agent would do. Toni Storm is something special. She's my MVP. I can't remember her having a non-entertaining outing on television, King. She's just really, really creative. Yeah, she's like one of the most entertaining people in AEW, period. So Jake Hager reveals that he quit AEW because he felt disrespected during his contract negotiations. So Jake Hager says that, yeah. So I was in contract negotiations. I just felt really disrespected. I made a counter and they made a counter that really pissed me off. So I was like, all right, let's go elsewhere. And I like Jake Hager. Do I want to see him back in WWE? Not really. You know, I don't really, again, I don't, or if he did, I wouldn't care either. He's a legit MMA guy. He had some brutal fucking scraps in Bellator. I think his record was like 4-0-1. like one draw. He fought to a draw with a guy, so not a loss. His record was like 5-0-1 or something like that. And he was good for the short while, or he was in AEW for quite a while. And then the purple hat just became his thing, and then they offered him, so even Tony offering a little less. So people get mad when, oh, why would you give R-Truth less? And if Dave Meltzer, AEW's profitable, they're making money hand over fist, Brian. Where's the same energy from the fucking sickos? Where's the same energy?
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
Like, where's the same fucking energy there? Tony Khan offered less to Jake Hager. Why? He's making all this money, Brian. Because Dave be lying. Dave be capping. So Dave Meltzer had this to say, that it has been said that the alliance with MJF and Hurt Syndicate was supposed to last much longer. That was not an MVP request, but supposedly from another member of the group. So that's why the angle was just cut off so quickly. Okay, so I could see Lashley and Shelton and all them being like, oh, we just don't want to do this. But apparently, I think MJF wanted out of this. I heard that MJF was like, and this is, I'll just hit a fucking X-Files, right? I'm not a dirt sheet or anything. I'm not an Elboo. But apparently when MJF, like, he was feuding Jeff Jarrett there and shit too. And then he was like, what the fuck is this? Like, and that's not burying, that's putting MJF over. Okay, guys, that's good. Because he was like, what the fuck? I need something better than this. So I could see him being like, nah, I'm going to fucking feud Hangman or whatever, like, for the world title. They might as well. MJF, Joe, Lashley, Hangman. There you go. There's your world title picture. Get Omega in there. Like, what's going on? Jesus Christ, it's right there. So I would like to see Lashley, but you know Tony's wonky ass booking. Like, you know, MJF will win the title off Hangman, and then Lashley will come back and challenge MJF because, do you remember that you guys used to be in a team once? You know, like, that's the extent of his creativity with that. But Forbidden Door is already the third largest non-WWE gate in history. Now, someone's got to fact check Dave. I haven't done it, but liar! I don't believe it till I see it. So the third largest non-WWE gate in history, Forbidden Door in London. Huh. I bet he gets fact checked on that.
Are you sure about that?
Moving along here. So as of right now, Dave says, last we heard, the belts may get to FTR. Why would you tell this asshole shit? Just knowing he's going to fucking stooge the storylines. Like, we know for a fact Dave Meltzer has an influence over Tony Khan. The best guy is Tony Khan. We know that he even has said blatantly, I pushed for this to happen and I pushed for this. What do you mean you pushed for this? So you're texting Tony Khan saying who he should push and pushing for what? You know he reads the newsletter and you're like pushing that you want to see these guys get pushed and shit. Like, what are you talking about, man? And so Dave, like, he just stooges what is happening. And this is why, because the little sicko credence that he caters to, that Tony fucking caters to, are sitting around whispering, oh, the Hurt Syndicate, the Hurt business. They suck. They don't want to do business. Right? So Dave goes, oh, don't worry, guys. Stay watching AEW. It's going to get good. Trust me. They're just going to drop those shits to Hurt Syndicate.
Wrestling's not fake!
I swear that's what's going on. I swear that's what's happening. Like, why would you guys support your boss or anyone telling this guy, oh, you know, the plan is FTR is going to win those off Hurts? And what the fuck? Like, why tell anyone that? Such a stooge, man. Dave just hurts AEW way more than he helps it. It's disgusting. Do some sort of deal and not just have it done clean in a regular match with other ideas being talked about. So here's an idea being talked about, and there's a bunch of other ideas being talked about. But they'll keep everyone strong. It's really brilliant booking. Stay watching, please, everyone. Stay watching, even though you hate Hurt Business now. That's what he's doing. He's a fucking toddler-brained redact. So Jay White is one of the best wrestlers. This is what Tony Khan said on My Mom's Basement. Now, Tony did like an hour interview with Robbie, like Barstool. And like, shout out Robbie. I forget his name, Robbie Fox or whatever. He's cool and shit. And Barstool's cool, and they had that wrestling show, and they may still do that one, but that one was fucking weak. That show was terrible. I got to be honest. But Tony just does these softball fucking interviews. Like, there was nothing good that came. It's just him not saying anything, really. And then it's like, oh, and his biggest regret is like the one clip you get from it. So I didn't even bother like going deep into it, but we do have a couple quotables, I guess, and just little tidbits of news. So Tony Khan said, Jay White is one of the best wrestlers in the world and got injured along the way. He is out and unfortunately is going to be out for a long time. How many people have gone to AEW and are now unfortunately out for a long time and we may never see them again? There's really something to be said there. And I think as this company continues to exist, their medical shit is going to be a topic of discussion more. It's already becoming one more and more and more and more and more. Tony Khan reveals idea behind AEW Fairway to Hell trademark. I'm on a fairway to hell. So Tony Khan said, I had this amazing idea that I think the Barstool audience would love, and I think golf would love. I really want to do something that I think would be for a great cause. It's a charity golf tournament, and it would be for wrestling, and it would be for wrestling fans. Hopefully, it could bring some new fans to golf. I want to be a charity golf tournament. It's going to be called Fairway to Heaven. So he's literally the fucking villain from Happy Gilmore 2. I know it'll be golf, but in a wrestling ring. I know golf in Hell in a Cell. He's the villain from fucking from Happy Gilmore 2. Jesus Christ.
You fucking mark!
Jim, this is what Tony Khan does, right? He thinks of like a clever name. Fairway to Hell. Or Fairway to Heaven. What was it called? Did he say hell or heaven? Fairway to Heaven. And it's like he thought of the name and then he thought of a concept to go with this name. Whereas like you should think of a good concept and then think of the name for the concept, you know? Jim Ross's AEW contract is expiring sooner than you think, which is why I think they have him going out to London and that. Because I don't know how much longer good old JR would be there. Triple H, do the right fucking thing. He lives in Florida. Do the right thing. And just have Jim Ross. He can do NXT and be paraded out there for WrestleMania or whatever if he wants, but just do the right thing. Pay him to come home. Okay? John Moxley. So Tony Khan had this to say. John Moxley is one of the most impressive wrestlers in the history of the sport. John Moxley is the only person in the history of professional wrestling to hold the AEW World Championship, the WWE World Championship, and the IWGP World Championship. And he's a 6-time world champion. And I think he's one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, and certainly in AEW. He's one of the most important people in our company's history. I think Mox is, if you honestly chalk it up, he is, well, no, I'd say CM Punk, honestly, because he never actually lost the title. So maybe CM Punk holds this distinction, and he drew the biggest houses, the most interest. So actually, I give it to CM Punk, but we're talking like guys that are day oneers who are still there. Mox is the MVP of AEW overall, and they're like, as far as an AEW guy through and through. Because let's be honest, like, even though he came from WWE, like, he's there day one from AEW, and he's been there this whole time. He may never go back to WWE. He is their, like, MVP world champion of their company for sure. But I would say, like, the greatest world champion in AEW history, probably CM Punk. He never lost the belt. He had the most interesting storylines and feuds. He had real life drama. He had all this interest. He drew the biggest houses, put on the best matches. Him and Joe for the real world title at fucking All In, bro. After he choked Jack Perry out backstage and fucking slapped him for real, and then he had that match with Joe. Fuck, man. Come on. And then he walked out of the company with the world title and then walked into WWE. That's the most gangster shit in wrestling history. I don't give a fuck what nobody says, man. So Tony Khan talks about his biggest regret in AEW. And now he's finally spoken up about this for some goddamn reason. Like, it took him forever to speak up about this, but he says his biggest regret was not having Jay Briscoe on TV. And he says, I fought really hard to get Jay Briscoe on the show. And I thought, so this just goes to show you, and I've always put this on WBD, but this just goes to show you, like, how big a pussy. Sorry about that. Muted, I caught it. Muted, I caught it right away. It's okay. I was distracted, bumble fucking my way through words anyways. I was distracted, umming and ahhing like Meltzer, so you guys didn't miss anything. But essentially what happened was they like Jay Briscoe, they wanted to fucking cancel him, these corporate cocksuckers, and he's putting the blame on WBD and the old folks that were there, you know? And it is shitty. I do put it more on WBD. And they tried to, like, cancel Jay Briscoe, but then when he passed, they were okay with putting him on TV and da-da-da-da, because they could milk it for money. And it just goes to show you, like, how really shitty and seedy the entertainment world really fucking is, you know? But Tony Khan said, and I don't know why he didn't say this at the time, but he's like, I fought really hard to get Jay Briscoe on the show, and I fought really hard to have. There were multiple times where Mark and Jay came to Dynamite and didn't do anything. They just came and I brought them and I was trying to. I kept pulling moves. So I think Tony Khan's a fucking liar. I'm going to hit a liar here. Okay? I was pulling moves, so you brought them to TV.
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
Then why didn't you just put them on TV? Oh, well, WBD would have got mad. Then why did you even bring them to TV? Because this is why. Tony Khan would not have production meetings and he would book people last minute and shit. Like, nobody in WBD's back there going, hey, you better not put this guy. Is that the guy that said gay on the Indies once? Like, come on, man. It was a different time. It was different management. It wasn't Mr. Zaslav. I could have now literally gone to him. I fought really, really hard to get Jay Briscoe on the show, but I really wish I'd been able to have Jay Briscoe on Dynamite just one time. You could have, bro. And he came to the show many times. Then why didn't you just put him on TV? That's my biggest regret by far. See, Tony, if you had to put him on TV and it had to pop a rating, it's better to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission, especially in the wrestling business. You got to be willing to take a fucking chance, man. And you pussed out, so that's on you if you're saying, oh, you know, I was pulling different moves. Why would you bring them to TV if there was, like, that was you making that choice not to put them on TV? in my humble opinion. So Baron Corbin, Bishop Dyer, was talking about AEW and how they're taking fewer shots at WWE. And I was talking, with Wrestling Soup about this. Like, yeah, man, it's way better. Overall, it's been a net positive for AEW to not talk about WWE as much, you know? And when you do so, like, what did Tony Khan do? He put WWE over a little bit. He's like, Mox held these 3 world titles. You know, this WWE title means something. That's a way better approach. Now, if Tony's going to say fuck it and take Dynamite and go head-to-head on Mondays or, you know, go head-to-head on fucking Fridays with Collision and SmackDown or something and is like, fuck it, it's a war, then that's one thing, I guess, but it's just proven that it doesn't work. It just makes them feel second-rate. And so they need to figure that out, and they have been. But here is Baron Corbin's take on it on Busted Open with Dave LaGreca.
They jumped 100,000 viewers or something like that, which is crazy. But I know you're going to love this because you're such a fan of his, but MJF is a major part of that. Like, he was involved in 3 or 4 different segs of the show Wednesday night, but he's also got a massive movie out. And so maybe there's some connection there. I'm a big believer of like getting eyes on your superstars outside of the wrestling bubble can bring a few viewers here and there. And maybe people watching Happy Gilmore find him very entertaining because he was absolutely hilarious in the movie. And they're going, wow, I want to see what he does on AEW, or Adam Sandler talking about MJF and how he's like a son to him and so on. And so anybody who's a massive Adam Sandler fan was like, oh, he likes MJF. I want to tune in and see what MJF does. So those kind of things can bring new viewers. But again, also with the storylines have been good. The matches have always been amazing. Like, we know that they can go in the ring, but like, I enjoyed the Speedball Mox match massively. Like, also, I think the biggest thing for me is they're just doing them. If you look back a year ago, there was a lot of like back and forth where they're taking shots at WWE and blah, blah, blah. And you saw it like WrestleMania week this year. They had one of the best shows they'd ever had right before WrestleMania. And then WWE comes out and takes a bunch of shots at them through media, through interviews, through podcasts.
Right. And that's where with WWE, even I was calling it out. I'm like, don't worry about what they're doing. I just wouldn't even worry. But it's so good that AEW is just staying in their lane. That's all we've wanted for a while. Okay. So I'm going to call it out. Now, is it brilliant, compelling? Fucking no. They're going to figure that out. Tony Khan should have been booking ROH this entire time, working out the kinks in his booking style and storytelling and just learning. And hopefully he gets it together. Tony, you can hire me as a writer, bruv. I'll help you with some of these storylines here.
And it's high-level people at WWE taking kind of shots at Tony and AEW, and they just completely ignored it. I think they've kind of removed that black cloud.
Well, they didn't. Here's the only thing, though, Bishop. They didn't fully ignore it in their wrestlers. All they got to do, and we have an instance later in the show in the Sicko segment, I believe, with Bishop Dyer and Dax Harwood. What's his name? Dax Harwood, Cash Wheeler. FTR Dax is what I usually call him, okay? Bishop Dyer and FTR Dax and JD, okay, that we have in the Sicko segment, we're going to talk about in a bit, oddly enough, but we need them to rein it in, like Dax and Ricochet. Ricochet's been better too, actually. Have you guys noticed he's not as... Now, I'm not saying he won't go full Sicko mode again, but he's been more doing the playful, like, and I'm talking like the last couple weeks, like not a long time, you know, or like week, you know, but he's been being a little more playful too, instead of like full-blown Sicko. And they just need to figure out how to get their wrestlers to stop being so loopy, you know? Like, just block me like Dustin Rhodes did, you know? If you don't like what I got to say, don't do what like Dax has been doing, you know?
Put over their head that is WWE at times when they're just kind of bagging on them. And then like, when their talent's taking shots at WWE and all of those things, like, it just makes you think about WWE and it makes them look sour and angry, and they've stopped. And I think that is a massive thing in their favor.
Yeah, it's the biggest W. Shut up, Bishop. I fuck with Corbin heavy. So this gentleman here says the max numbers are 9 near mythical at this point. It goes up 9 near mythical. Bro, that just say the max numbers are 9 mythical at this point. That would be the proper adding near is just adding extra shit. Anyways, it goes up and down as much as needed to edge out NXT. Well, exactly. And now Raw. Now Dave's trying to play the Raw game. Which, I mean, he's trying. That's the narrative they're trying to get out there. But Nicolo Piccolo says, short answer, Max is more valuable to AEW than AEW is to Max. Boom. Whereas, let's flip it. I think WWE is more valuable to Netflix than Netflix is to WWE. And I think Nick would agree with that. It's not seen as a growth driver, for the platform. When Max touts sports, it pushes the Summer Olympics, the Grand Slams, and the U.S. Opens. Max is the 4th place streamer. So bundling is essential to retain and grow subs. It's still chasing growth in Europe when it may need Amazon Prime carriage. And when Max bundled with Disney Plus, ESPN, Hulu, it kept 80% of those subscribers. So again, this is just stuff Dave would be breaking down if he really studied or knew what he's talking about. Here's Tony Khan revealed his current favorite wrestlers that are not on the AEW roster. Let's hear some of the names that he puts down.
And then your favorite current wrestler that's not on your roster.
A long pause.
I just said Zack Sabre Jr. That would be very high on the list.
Yeah, Zach is awesome. I know some people don't like his style. I like it.
That's a good answer.
That's a good answer.
Starlight Kid. Very good. Azumi.
Starlight.
Very good.
And then your
Azumi. There you go. Yeah, I would love to see Goldberg show up in AEW. No, I'm just kidding. I think Goldberg wants that bad, but I think I don't know if Tony's like really interested that much in bringing in ex-WWE guys anymore. He shouldn't be, man. Just do your own fucking thing. That's why you notice a lot of these ladies who were recently released in those cuts. Have any of them signed or shock debut or anything in AEW? Nope. They're like quitting wrestling or signing to TNA or starting OFs or whatever. Because I'm telling you guys, man, it's shifting again. It's shifting to where it's again, man, people are like WWE monopolized. Okay, well now there's 2 companies kind of monopolizing now TNA. That's why everyone's pushing for TNA, right? Like, please get a third person in here and really mix it up. And then even though they're partnered with WWE, though, which can be problematic for some people, for some of the talent. And it may be a positive for some of the talent who get released from WWE. So it's just an interesting time, to say the least. Did I unbookmark Tony Khan's silly face? Oh, that just means new picture time for AEW news. So we'll have a new picture on the next show for this segment. But again, Nicolo Piccolo, Timmy Ryan, he was just cooking. So AEW is going to the new Discovery company, and in an earnings call this week said the plan is to launch a new streaming service with those sports rights, with it being available on its own or in a bundle with Max. Unless Max subs pony up more money, AEW is gone next summer or so. This guy also says, I have a ton of respect for you, but Max does not have rights to any of those events in the U.S. Speaking to Nicolo Piccolo in response to what we just read, right? He says, this guy says, events in the U.S. only place where they'll actually have AEW rights would be NHL, MLB, March Madness here. Either way, those rights are leaving Max next year post WBD Discovery split. Now, he's saying they're leaving, but what? They're not allowed to offer a shitload of money for it still? Like, I don't think that's off the table. So he says, but yeah, just to reiterate what he said before, he says AEW is going to the new Discovery company. That's so bad for them if they are. Holy shit. and in an earnings call this week said the plan is to launch a new streaming service. Come on over to now they got to convey. So first it's everyone come to Max, then let's all go to Amazon for pay-per-view. Now it's going to be everyone, come on over to this other streamer. They're doing 10 million on this other on Discovery Plus. Holy shit, man. If that's what it is, they're cooked. Like, with it being available on its own or in a bundle with Max, unless Max subs pony up more money, AEW is gone next summer. So I mean, I've been telling y'all, man, this whole shit is coming to a head. I don't know. This guy's just real man Timmy. Shout him out. He's just saying this. I would love to hear a clip or get a quotable from that fucking earnings call, right? But I'll take him at his word, I guess, just for in context of this conversation. Nicolo Piccolo says, if this is the result and AEW ends up folded into the new Discovery global streaming service, the one set to house CNN, TNT Sports, which is NBA, NHL, MLB, March Madness, NASCAR, UEFA, AEW, etc., and all the lifestyle channels. It's essentially just the old Discovery Plus. Now, this is why, to me, when I read this, I don't know about the ins and outs. These guys might be chopping it up on a level I don't know the technicality of all of this, but listen, I know one thing. When I read that, what Timmy Ryan was saying when I was bookmarking this for the show, I'm sitting here going, so it's just Discovery Plus again? What the fuck? Like, that's terrible for AEW. Not very exciting, at least to me. Discovery Plus, dude, Discovery Plus's numbers were doing so bad that it like merged into one. Like, we covered it on the Nielsen charts, where they ended up like merging it with the overall WBD streamers is like gets 1.4% of the cake of the pie, right? I haven't seen one of those. I haven't bookmarked one of those charts in a while because everybody's trying to like say Nielsen doesn't matter and all this shit. So I don't even know. Maybe I'll start monthly. They come out, but anyways, though, Nicolo Piccolo says Discovery Plus peaked at around 22 million subs, and this new strategy wouldn't include premium studio film and TV content, meaning fewer opportunities for talent to benefit from cross-platform synergies. I'd see that as a risky downgrade with with modest upside, and if I were AEW post-split, I would probably strongly prefer to stay on Max. Dude, yes, because then that means you have to just convince everyone to move again, and it's in such a short period of time, and you had to convince everyone to buy the pay-per-views on like Amazon and shit. After so long of everyone sitting there going, why hasn't Max put a fucking pay-per-view buy button on these AEW shows yet and just done it right on Max? They're going to Amazon, so it's like everyone go watch on Amazon. Then they're off Triller or whatever, where there was a bunch of people online, not everybody, but there was a bunch of people online being like, what the fuck? It's not on Triller. So I don't know what's going on, man. But I just think it's going to be a wild next year, like on the business end, to see what happens with Dynamite and Collision and fucking all of this Discovery and all this stuff. I don't know. It's interesting to say the least. And that, ladies and gentlemen, altogether, Ichi Nissan Da for AEW News. Okay, so we're going to get into WWE news, which we haven't even covered yet tonight. I'm going to need you guys to run those goddamn likes up. How many likes are we at on the Clips channel? There's 330 plus people watching on X and YouTube. If you're on X, look for a link. Come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Consider subscribing, hitting like. It's a free way to support what I do. Leave a comment. Tell me fuck myself. Tell me the show's awesome. Vote in the poll and chat. Come chat it up and chat. Guys, you can super chat in or just become a member for 99 cents Canadian. You get access to my bonus shows every Monday and members only posts. I've been doing some of those. Tribal chiefs and patrons get shout outs, so consider doing that as well if you support what I do. And thank you all for being here, man. Awesome Sicko Saturday. I'm going to check in with chat, by the way, and I'm also you can gift memberships too, which is a friendly thing to do for other folks, right? So I'm going to check in with chat. We're going to get into WWE news, but I have to check, dude, because we're trying to help the algorithm out. We got to run those likes up. Ooh, brutal. 61 likes on the Clips channel. Hell nah. Oh, hell no. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now on the show, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Excellent. Make sure you run those likes up, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get into some WWE news quickly. Michael Driard for 5 says AEW is going to be the new old TNA. Well, I think it's already sort of become that, dude. Dynamite going to be airing on Destination America or Pop TV, LOL. See, I don't know about that, man. But I think Tony's protecting the ownership. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if there's some ties with WBD. And maybe, I don't know. It's weird that he's trying to hide who the fuck owns the stuff. Like, they clearly own a chunk of it. So it makes a lot of sense why they're just like, let's just keep this on fucking TV. And especially if they have some deal worked out where they can peel off the top. I'm certain I've been right about that since Jump Street. Okay. But, yeah, it's quite interesting. I don't think they'll stoop to that low. I think no matter what, Tony's money can keep him somewhere on some WBD something, you know? And as long as that happens, you have Dave Meltzer to fudge the numbers. And I'm just more interested in him doing like smaller venues and shit and doing what he's doing. But as far as like the ratings go and all of that, I don't think they'll stoop to that low. Like, I think they do cater to, there is a big enough audience of like, okay, 700,000 people will watch this shit on cable or whatever. That's not bad by any means. I mean, they keep The Ultimate Fighter on TV on the air, and that shit does 100,000 viewers every episode. It's been on for fucking 35 seasons or 20, or 25 or whatever the fuck. Or 20 years rather. But they've done like 30 some seasons of it. And I watch every fucking season. And there's 100,000 people watching that show, and they keep it on the air. It manages to stay on TV in some form or fashion. Now, will it stoop as low, and it doesn't go to like Pop TV or whatever, because it's UFC, right? So Tony Khan's got his ties, his relationships, and the right people, I think, are invested in this thing. And I'm okay with that. I want it to do fucking well, okay? I don't want it to end up on Pop TV and shit. I must reiterate that. I turn it down, they still get louder. So it's called Saudi, and TK doesn't want the Sicko criticism. Dude, he will go to Saudi Arabia. Like, that'll happen in AEW's lifetime. Who cares who owns it? Well, we do, because it's the internet culture. We snoop into everything. We care who owns every fucking wrestling company ever. We care who's the face of it, who's the work shoot fucking commissioner or general manager or whatever. We've been trained to as wrestling fans. And also because Dave Meltzer spent how many fucking years blowing it, like the media are talking about the owner. Because if you're invested in pro wrestling, you care, dude, about who owns it. Just like we care about who owns hockey teams and football teams and NBA teams. It's sports entertainment, bro. If WWE owned a part in AEW, they would have to disclose it when they split the company assets into 2 new companies. Will they have to? And again, that's mid 2026. That's what I assume as well. But is that 100% they have to? I think it's interesting that Tony doesn't want to disclose the ownership, and they don't feature AEW really. Here's our, like, we went over all the graphics. They post the graphics with, like, here's our sports and shit. AEW's nowhere to be found. It is quite peculiar. So yeah. Shoe flies don't bother me. Why does it matter? Because it explains why they have such wonky, inexplicable TV shit going on. Well, we all know WBD owns some of it. That's the thing. But people just want to know to shut down conspiracy theories as well. Like, there's a lot of people who think, and I'm largely a big part why, but there's a lot of people who think Dave fucking owns a chunk of AEW, right? He doesn't, guys, okay? But it's like as pathetic as you think. It's more pathetic than you think. But yeah, that's why people just want to shut people up, and people want to be proven right and prove other people wrong and shit. That's why it matters. But it also will explain a lot about their wonky TV deal, or like just a lot about. Well, because who knows? I don't know, man. It's curious. Like, there's a lot of questions that people can't explain, right? Like, even a guy like Eric Bischoff, who's done work in the TV business, he's like, I don't fucking know. I don't see it lasting much longer than this. There's people who can't explain, like, why doesn't Max just add a fucking buy button? Maybe their ownership will reveal some things like that for people. I don't know. For me, do I honestly care? I don't give a fuck, because I think my suspicions will be right. Will have been right this whole fucking time. So I don't really give a fuck. But why does it matter? Because we are trained to care about that as wrestling fans and sports fans. You know, go ask fucking NBA fans why they care who the general manager, the head coach, the assistant coach, and the owning family, the family that owns the team. You know, go ask them why they care. I don't know, bro. You know, that's like a question larger than fucking wrestling itself, you know. But the fact he's trying to hide it absolutely makes it interesting. That's why, dude. Yeah, why are you hiding it? You know, that's the thing that makes it intriguing. It's me. I own 2.8%. Yeah, it's revealed Phil Marks owns 3%. So, and everyone's nosy because of social media now. Everybody wants to know. Listen to the pop for Hangman, dude. Damn. And it's interesting, too, because what if we discover that some wrestlers have been given like 1%? Like, what if the Bucks own 1% each and they were just given it as like a, you know, as like a, well, if you guys are staying here, here's the big money and here's the ownership stake in the company. And right. Kenny Omega could own 1%. And then that would explain a lot, too, when it comes to this CM Punk shit. And it could all, and some other situations that have happened backstage and some of the nepotism and all this shit. And it could end up resulting in other shit. Who knows? Like, they made it intriguing by being like, yeah, we don't want you to see this. Like, to the point where in federal court, Tony Khan is like, no. So then they're sending it back to state court because he just doesn't want to reveal it. So I don't fucking know, man. It's quite interesting. But anyways, let's get into WWE news. So Gunther was on Undertaker and Michelle McCool's version of the 6 feet deep or 6 feet under. So the Mark Calloway version is Taker by himself interviewing who he wants, and it's him and his buddy. Awesome show. I actually think it's really good. This version that they do for WWE with Michelle McCool and Taker, fucking terrible. She's terrible on this show. I'm fucking sorry. It would just be way better if it was Taker and his buddy. I don't know why Taker didn't just sign the deal like Impulsive did, where his show, I get it, he wants to keep his own independent shit, and that's good on him. That's smart. That is smart, honestly, because they want Taker so bad they'll just give him his own other show. But it's like, you might as well just signed it up and had your guy come over. But then this is just like a way to, again, shoehorn Michelle McCool in here. Like, nobody asked for this. It just is a worse version of his good show. Right? And back in the old Opie and Anthony days, you know, adding the female to the show, the female voice, they'd call it the Hole, right? And, you know, yes, is that sort of a sexist thing, whatever the fuck? Yeah, sure. But basically what the Hole would do is, it was like a double entendre a little bit, right? And I'm sure you guys can put together what it's one metaphor or analogy for. And then on the other end, it's like the Hole sort of like sucks everything down and just, you know, you fall, it just, they go off into their own little pit and everyone's just kind of like, okay. That's what she is of this show. And yeah, it's just a shittier version of Undertaker's other show, just being honest. But either way, Gunther says there's been a healthy culture shift in wrestling, and he talks about Vince and Triple H comparatively.
I feel like that's like a little bit of a healthier like culture shift in like the business now anyway, because I feel like Vince was always kind of like big on, you gotta want it, you gotta give everything for it. And I always felt like, if you invest your whole life into something that can only be decided by one person's decision at the end of the day, that's like a losing game.
That is so wise.
It works for some, but I don't know if you. I'm a football player and I train really hard, and I'm a winger and I try to get faster, and then I am faster. Like, it doesn't.
Yeah, for people saying he wants to be with his wife and shit. Yeah. Listen, I defended that vehemently. You know, even with LFG, I was like, no, I get it now. When they talked about his health scare and all that, I totally get that. I'm just criticizing the product, the fucking show. As a fan of podcasts and shit, I'm just criticizing the show. I'm not criticizing that aspect, and I've gone off on that aspect of it from that perspective previously.
No matter who likes me or who doesn't like me, I'm gonna have my spot.
Right.
And wrestling is different. It's like, it's an entertainment product now, and there's roles and stuff like that. So I feel like that's where wrestling is like a little bit weird sometimes, like a middle spot of like entertainment, but you're still an athlete, so it has both those aspects. And just, I feel like just for our own mental health, I would say that you don't go crazy all the time. It's good to have a balance. Like, give it your all in both. Give it your all in private, in your private life, but also give it your all at work, and not just work.
Yeah. So moving along here. Here's Karrion Kross, and he was asked about the possibility of him and Scarlett appearing on Raw again. Now, we'll hear what he has to say here on The Angle, and shout out The Angle. To give y'all a little...
Allegedly.
He's not signed, man. But he said at the time of whenever they recorded this, he's like, I'm still with WWE or whatever, and everything you guys are seeing online. The problem is that everyone's speculating. And Kross isn't a fucking stooge, so I think he's just holding shit close to the vest. But it is like a somewhat of a work shoot, whatever the fuck. I think he'll re-sign, but he's about to go on a book tour in that. So I don't think he's it's even something that would be announced for a while anyways. And I would just say, I don't know whether it's about money or it's whatever the fuck it boils down to. I just think he'll sign at the last minute, or with WWE, I think he'll stay there. I've been confident about that for a while. I thought he was going to get a big win at SummerSlam. Didn't happen, unfortunately. But I mean, we won't officially know with Kross for a minute, but he addressed this all as it was like running rampant on this show. I don't know if this was live or when this was recorded or what, but shout out The Angle, Joey Carney.
Putting my journalism hat on or anything like that. There's some rumblings on social media, whatever the case may be. Is there a chance that we could see Karrion Kross and Scarlett moving forward on Monday Night Raw?
I hope so. I see things being written online right now, specifically today. A lot of what I read is not true. I hate to disappoint people, but I don't want to bullshit. But I hope so. I hope we do come back.
I put in my journalism.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. chat saying he already signed a new deal they put out there. Yeah, that's the fucking, you guys are just like banking on the dirt sheets. And then he went on the air and said, all of this shit's bullshit on August 7th. So, I don't know. I don't trust what the fucking dirt sheets say. Oh, until WWE or he comes out and says, I re-signed, then I just wouldn't trust it. On August 7th, 2 days ago, he said this. But yeah, I think it's safe to say not until his book tour's up that he will resign for a third time. Yeah, I know. I just need to I'm gonna reconfigure the setup fucking tomorrow, right? Because this happened last show too, so it's just a setup issue. But yeah, so I would just wait until after his book tour, and then we'll know. Dude, Roosh just beats the fucking shit out of people. It's so funny. I love watching him wrestle, but he just beats the fuck out of people. I would hate to have to wrestle that dude. Okay. Yeah, sorry. So on the Karrion Kross thing, yeah. So he it's not official yet that he re-signed, okay? He came out on that day and said this is all bullshit when everyone was saying he re-signed. Now, you know, it's not like I'm the not good friends with the producer of K100 and fucking Conan doesn't know Karrion Kross or anything, but his speculation is he's not signed a new deal. You guys go and listen to K100, right? But yeah, I would just say wait till after the book tour, then we'll know. So on Prime Video, it's about to go down. The Pickup is streaming, and let's see if you guys can get down with what they're putting down with The Pickup, starring Roman Reigns.
What up, champ? I'm a really big fan, man. Oh, and I just want to say I don't agree with him. Okay, you ain't nobody's punk ass bitch.
Excuse me?
Cortez. Yeah, he up there calling y'all type of punk ass bitches, talking to the cameras, all that. When he talking about your family, he start talking about your mama, and that I just thought was uncalled for.
He's doing a press conference?
I mean, Russ, would you let
So what is he, like a boxer or some shit in this movie? What is it?
somebody talk about your mama like that?
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like we need to go kick some ass.
Hey, what up, champ?
I'm gonna give it a shot. I don't know, man. It's cool to see him in a fucking movie with Eddie Murphy. That's wild. So Triple H has commented on Brock Lesnar's return to WWE and said that he does whatever the hell he wants. So first it was like, well, they always say this about Brock. He just does what he wants. It's kind of true. I mean, he walked into the fucking UFC octagon, started shoving people and shit. Almost broke Joe Rogan's tiny hand, you know? But Triple H is like, have you met Brock? He does whatever the hell he wants. When you're Brock Lesnar, you can when the music hits, you walk down that aisle. Doesn't matter where he is. He sort of does what he wants to do. So we're thrilled to have the Beast back. We hit him up and said it time to play the game. Time to come home. And he was into it. And here we are, a massive, massive moment for our WWE fans. So he does what he wants. Cena wants to work with him. It's just making it up as he goes along. But hey, It's funny because Jericho's trending, doing a run-in on the show again, folks. No. So Paul Heyman compares, speaking of Killer Cross, the momentum behind him. He relates it to Stone Cold Steve Austin, the rise of Steve Austin on the Ariel Helwani show. Let's take a listen to what the Oracle, I guess, I still call him the wise man, Paul Heyman has to say about Karrion Kross.
You make of what's going on with Karrion Kross.
In what way?
Something's happening. You see the crowd; they're chanting for him at the post show and all this stuff. He didn't get the W. Is there a thing here? Or is it just like the internet trying to make something into a thing?
Well, they've made it a thing.
Okay,
and it's not just the internet. It's the internet. It's the live crowd.
Dave Meltzer said Kross signed a new deal. Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
Super credible, guys.
It's the people that buy merchandise. He's a tremendous performer, and what an act he has with Scarlett. I mean, they are great together.
Should he be getting more opportunities? Should he be?
How do you know? Well, let me ask you this: if he were getting great opportunities, if he were the Intercontinental Champion or the U.S. Champion right now, would he have this level of support from the crowd?
No, they love to get behind, Kofi, Daniel Bryan. They love to get behind someone, the underdog, so to speak.
So it's working.
Yeah, it's working.
It's working.
All right.
Yeah. It's organic.
And by the way, I'm not hating on it. It's fun. I like him. I'm rooting for him. It's just fun to see these things sort of like, kind of.
The audience is calling for him to be a bigger star. And if we don't deliver it on a timetable that an impatient audience, an impassioned audience is going to like, they're going to get behind him even more, which is great. They're making him a star. We're not shoving him and Scarlett down anybody's throats. The audience itself is making him a star, and indeed, perhaps a top star. And he's talented enough, and so is she, to carry it. It reminds me of someone else, by the way, that was in WWE, that the audience felt, this is our guy. We like this act. We like him to be a bigger star. Why aren't you making him a bigger star? Damn it, make him a bigger star. We're going to chant his name. We're going to bring his signs. We're going to buy his t-shirts. We're going to demand that you make him a bigger star. That guy's name was Steve Austin. Daniel Bryan, too.
CM Punk as well.
My God. Yes,
I thought that's actually what you were going to say.
Yeah, but yes, CM Punk. But yeah, point taken as well. I concede that point to you.
If they let Kross go off, drop a pipe bomb like he did at the Hall of Fame, and then, maybe he fucking gets in Triple H's face, or, shoves Nick Aldis or Adam Pearce, or gets physical or in some way with an authority figure or something, they could maybe start to propel him in that direction. But go and check out his book and shit. People who are reading it are saying it's good, and his documentary was a banger as well. So shout out Karrion Kross, man. Moving along. So Jelly Roll was on Cody Rhodes' show, and he says he wanted to do things right, and it was his idea to lose at SummerSlam, which good for him, honestly, because that's how it should be. The Will Sasso mentality.
As a celebrity, I'd always watch, like, man, I hope I get famous enough to get involved, because I'd watch all these other celebrities do it, and I would watch them, Cody, and some of them would make me mad, because I could just tell they didn't care. I could tell they pulled up, walked in the back door, walked through Gorilla, did their promo, walked through the back door, and got in their car. You know what I mean? And every time I've showed up for an event, the first day Neil Lowery, who's my baby face in this whole scenario, the one who brought me in all this, the first day Neil Lowery was at the Raw when I met you a couple years ago in Nashville. I go, Neil, what time's the show start? He's like, doors open at 6, goes live at 7. I was like, what time can I come? He was like, 5:30. I was like, what do the wrestlers do before that? And he told me. And I was like, can I come for that? And he was like, you'd have to come at like noon. I was like, I'll be there.
Yeah.
I was there from noon to 10 or 11 o'clock.
I
that
love
night.
it.
I was, you know what I mean? Like I was not going to miss a chance to get this. You know what I mean?
love
Like
it.
I've been like that almost every. I got here today
Yeah.
at 2:30 or 3 or something. I was trying to get here earlier. My flight got delayed.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for Jelly Roll, man. He's taking it serious. Some celebrities like Travis Scott and shit have been accused of not taking it as serious. So yeah, it's good that Jelly Roll is, and he just enjoys it. He's a wrestling fan. He's fallen in love with it. I'm not saying, hey, give him a fucking United States title run, but I'll watch another Jelly Roll match where he gets his thing back, his win back or whatever. This man, Logan Paul, just stole La Yesca from Mr. Iguana. Let's take a look here.
Have a nice match. Hey, congrats on your debut. Thank you. I'm a fan. Oh, thank you, bro. Where's the chameleon? Iguana. Whoa, what's his name? Yesca. Yesca. Can I touch him? Of course. Have a nice match.
That's actually pretty funny. So Shawn Michaels, again, Booker of the Year. So NXT did 740,000. AEW's A Show hit their second highest rating for the year, but still lost to Developmental. It's a shame, I guess, isn't it? Triple Mania, it was just announced that Natty Neidhart will be taking on Fabi Apache and Lady Flamer. Actually, I think we heard about this a while, or no, I guess it's just announced. But sorry, no, that was the match with Lola Vice in it we covered before. So yeah, Triple Mania. I want to watch this with you guys, man. We should do a watch along for this or something. PWT. I think it lands on a Saturday. Also, they had to sell more tickets. Like they opened up more tickets because it was such a good sellout. WWE and AAA announced that, I guess, Dominic Mysterio okay, let's hit translate here. So today at 6 p.m., new sections will be released from Triple Mania in Mexico City. And that's honestly because of Dom and the WWE presence. You know, you have to believe that. And it's good for them. I think I have one more update. No, that was it. Yeah, so shout out Dirty Dom, man, doing the damn thing and helping them out. So on SmackDown on August 15th, so coming up this Friday, a custom wrestling mat will feature King of the Hill signage, and King of the Hill digital creative will be shown throughout the arena per Variety. So that's pretty funny. The cartoon characters, they've been doing this shit where like Hank Hill's on Theo Von's pod, and have you guys been watching King of the Hill? I'm a big show of the original series. I heard that the Hulu version is actually really good. Like it's one of the only cartoons or shows that came back years later with everyone aged up where it actually worked. And, you know, Mike Judge is good at that shit. So I'll definitely be watching that. But it's interesting to see this sort of like, yeah, we'll animate them in and stuff and them interacting with the wrestlers. Apparently they'll be interacting with Sheamus or something like that. I can't remember. So that'll be cool to see. And it's cool how, you know, WWE is just getting more and more fucking mainstream again to the point where it's like, yeah, King of the Hill, they're going to advertise on this thing. I just think it's cool, man. And so, yeah, that'll be on Friday on the same day as Emergence, I believe. So Undertaker believes there's a lack of sharpness in the ring right now. He says, for somebody as established now that as you are, Gunther, one of the top heels in the company, you were here at the PC putting in the reps. That right there did my soul good because I don't think people care enough anymore. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm just going to give you my perspective. It's starting to show in the product. I don't know if it's the lack of reps or complacency or what it is, but the little small things are really starting to become big things because it's just not real sharp. Yeah, meaning you got to get your fucking Black Ops reps in, dude. Speaking of the community and culture in wrestling, I suppose, the NXT crowd, man, they're like one big family. Here is them just vibing out and singing happy birthday to each other and playing around with the staff. Just singing Michael Jackson and shit. Yeah, and people don't get why they run that same fucking little studio every time. That MAGA crowd. How dare they? So, breaking news, reality of wrestling. The Pink Dream, Alex Garcia, takes on NXT superstar Jada Parker at Saturday at Summer of Champions, pal. So shout out ROW and the NXT cats doing work over there. So Gunther gives great advice to a fan that drove 9 hours to meet him while simultaneously crushing her soul is what makes him a great true heel. So this is just fucking maniacal.
It's like I appreciate it, but then I did like meet and greet recently, and there was like one person, they said, drove like 9 hours or something to the meet and greet. And I said to her, I was like, appreciate it, but never do that again. Like you do something with,
great,
do
right?
do something with your time that actually benefits you. It's like a waste of time.
Oh, that is amazing.
And I felt like she looked a bit sad, but I felt like that's the only responsible thing to say at this point. Like I don't know. I feel like if my kid would drive somewhere to see that person, I wish the same message would be transferred.
Absolutely.
It's like our
Damn. So here is Dirty Dom. We talked about him a minute ago. And WWE just confirmed that Finn Balor, JD, and Raquel Rodriguez will face Mr. Iguana, Nino Hamburguesa, and Lola Vice in a 6-person mixed tag team match at Triple Mania, dude. And then they had to open up more sections.
Hey, ¿cómo estás, sucio? ¿Todo bien?
Todo bien, pero tengo estos dos imbéciles que me siguen correteando y preguntándome de cosas por mi campeonato y la verdad creo que ocupo ayuda. Y se llaman Mr. Iguana y el tal niño hot dog o niño hamburguesa. Pero creo que los necesito. ¿Qué tal? ¿Sí me ayudan?
Sí, vámonos.
¿Sí?
Sí,
Vamos
vámonos.
aquí.
¿Están hablando de los luchadores de AAA? ¿Sabes qué me molesta más? Lola Vice.
Sí.
Ella solamente está en AAA para mover su culo con la esperanza que le va a hacer una superestrella. ¿Quién se crea?
Sí.
Yo tengo una idea. ¿Por qué no hacemos un combate 3 contra 3?
Sí. Muy bien. Muy bien.
¿Por qué no?
Sí.
Entonces, ¿todos vamos a AAA?
Sí, vámonos.
Vamos a Triple
todos.
Manía.
Vámonos. Sí.
Vámonos.
Triple Manía, vámonos.
A México, a Triple Manía, porque yo voy a ser su nuevo mega campeón, el sucio Dirty Dom.
Damn, dude. That's fire right there. Okay, so Nick Khan is confident WWE fans will pay $30 to follow them to ESPN. He's confident in it. And he said they certainly all followed from the WWE network, and that expanded that subscribership extensively with Peacock. Same will be the case with ESPN, and we are excited for that. Yeah, I mean, the people on Twitter and shit are going to complain. Lots of people will follow them over. Lots of people do have access to it. I just think it's the same criticism I had for AEW. If they switch now, like, oh, come to Discovery. But then again, at least WBD can be like, well, if you already have Max, then you get blah, blah, blah. You guys know what I mean? But it's just jumping around. Come to Max, come to Amazon, come to Discovery Plus. WWE now, Peacock, Netflix, YouTube, and fucking ESPN. It's, it's kind of just all over the place. I don't know. It's interesting. We will see. I'm going to reserve my further judgments because the news that everyone led with that morning was just so doom and gloom. And I think that was intentional so that ESPN could just get it in everyone's minds like, oh, they're going to have to pay $30 for this new fucking app. And then everyone's talking about this app and blah, blah, blah. And then like as the day rolled on, it's like, okay, well, if you already have ESPN included in one of your packages or whatever the fuck, you get it. So a lot of people get it who thought they weren't. But a lot of people still have to pay the $30 and don't get it. So if you're a sports fan, it's like a huge W. You pay $30 and you get access to all this sports shit and WWE if you're a wrestling fan and sports fan. And like monetary, it's good for WWE if that's what you look at. It's not like it's going to make the shows any better or anything like that. It's good for the wrestlers to see them alongside some of the greatest athletes in the world today and some of the most famous athletes in history, etc. I'm assuming, right? Like I'm assuming there'll be like a Tom Brady here and then a Roman Reigns here and then like a fucking, like as you're scrolling the app or whatever. But yeah, for consumers, we're going to see, man. We're going to see what that does. I'm interested. Are we going to see like the canvas with the ESPN logo in the middle? I mean, I'm going to mark out for that as like a fucking old boxing fan and shit. That'll be really cool. But the NFL also like owns, as we covered on the last show, they like own a part, I think, like 10% in ESPN or so. They got like a ownership stake or something. So yeah, man, things are changing rapidly in this streaming world. Inevitably, it's just going to go back to like cable packages. Like we all cut cords to get away from fucking paying for cable. And then eventually it's just going to be you pick what package of streaming services you want and then pay for cable every month, essentially, right? Because they're all going to be leaning into live and, hey, we have American Idol weekly on Tubi or whatever the fuck. So it's interesting how it's all coming just sort of full circle. Hopefully it doesn't go back so full circle that we're fucking standing on our TVs with antennas and tinfoil trying to get a good signal. But and we all go back to just 3 channels. It won't go back that far, but it's going full circle back to the cable package days, essentially, and Nick Khan's confident. I'm confident too. Like it's just like the Netflix thing, right? They've done the market research. They're not dumb. They're not doing this like, oh, we're gonna lose. It's more of like an upside for ESPN to have WWE. Same with it's more an upside for Netflix to have WWE. For WWE, like they're the upside to wherever they go, realistically. So, whereas in comparison, like for AEW being on Max is a positive for them, and it's been spun into a negative because they're trying to, because we have people like Dave Meltzer going, well, they're beating Raw with Max. No, they're not. Stop. Let's just talk about the benefits of them being on Max first, drive those home, and then we can talk about that in like a year or two when we actually have some fucking insight on this shit. But either way, we got quite a bit more. Let me check in with chat here. I see some super chats are sitting here. TK Mark for 5. Damn, they've been sitting here for a while. Shout out TK Mark. The question Dave will never answer. If Dynamite and Raw have the same TV viewers, awesome. I was just talking about this. Perfect. Why does Raw sell 10 to 15 times the tickets that Dynamite does? Exactly. That's what Dave well, he's trying to address that, which we're going to talk about because people have brought that point up numerous times. And I've said it. Dave is responding to me on his show and shit because I've been going off on this recently, like bringing it up to numerous people and bringing it up on the show. Okay. And now Dave's all of a sudden talking about it, trying to make up excuses for attendance, why the attendance is down because local marketing isn't as good. We're going to talk about it in a bit. But if the numbers were so high everywhere, then we'd see it reflected in the attendance. We don't. So it's more likely what I'm saying. You got 600,000 diehard sickos. You have 100 to 200,000 people that are WWE fans, but they will watch AEW. They're like me. They don't like fucking detest AEW entirely, and they'll fucking float back and forth. And if there's something interesting or nothing on, they'll throw fucking AEW on. And then you have Sure, there's some new people watching from Max. Probably. It would be foolish to say that there's 0 people new or 0 people switched over or something like that. That'd be foolish. So sure, there's some folks watching and maybe some people switched over and maybe there's some new people. It's more likely that than they're beating Raw and they're fucking, this crazy outlandish bullshit, right? And the attendance reflects that. We would see it in the attendance if it was all of a sudden beating Raw. Well, the local marketing's not as good. Okay, but it's good enough to where the people are watching it, though, and enough to where they're beating Raw. So how is the local marketing not good? Like, you think Raw is just filled with people who don't watch every week? Like, come on, man. I just don't understand. Like, Dave has no idea what he's talking about 90% of the time because he's just so lost in like a web of lies. He's just tangled in it, Chris McCarty for 2 says Tony only pushes the women willing to peg him. Allegedly. I don't know about all that. Oh, come on. That's not very fair to say that about Tony Khan. He's a good guy. I don't think he likes to get pegged. He has a girlfriend. Okay, chat. TK actually bragged about Dynamite, and no, that's not good what the ratings are. LMAO, she looked right into the camera and has no idea I'm watching. There was a crowd at Collision. I'm done preaching about it. I'll just make renovations to the boat and squeeze WWE on there with AEW. I do not regret my super chat. Yeah. But the tinfoil on the head scrambles the radar from the black helicopter's brother and lets you get Sanford and Son with a clear picture. Like cable, but we will pay each provider instead of just one. Yes, or Perry King, they'll team up. What's going to happen is they're going to all team up, and then you're paying for like a package, like Netflix. Okay, I'll pick Netflix, Hulu. I don't need Disney Plus, so I'll take Max and this and that. And however, what companies decide to team up with each other and shit, I swear it'll go back to that where you pick like, hey, so for $99.99 per month, you pick 6 streamers. This one has sports. This one has blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? And you just pick the fucking ones. This one has all the Food Network stuff on it. You know what I mean? And then some of them will try and stay free, like Roku and that, but they're also like launching these other ones because they're going to get lumped in, and it's going to be like you pick a fucking package with like 6 or 7 of the fucking streamers, and then it'll be like bundled, and then whatever, there'll be an aggregator, like a cable company essentially, that like aggregates that for Netflix and shit. They take their cut, then they give all these other like it's just going to go back to fucking cable again. I'm telling you. I know they do run similar size venues across Florida on weekends, but I think it's more of a cost saving measure to not do NXT. Well, it's cost saving, and you're fucking next to the PC. So it's just getting reps in, and it's like having a territory. It's your home territory, Okay, for $22 you can get Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus in a bundle. That's fucking awesome. But then you don't get the ESPN DMC or whatever they're launching, DTV or whatever. I forget. I don't know. Right. So then you got to pay what? $30 for the DTC, ESPN DTC. So yeah, ESPN Plus isn't that. So then you got to pay $30 for that other fucking thing. It's crazy. But what you're showcasing as well, though, is like there's a bundle. Essentially, you're just showing an example of what your boy Phil's talking about. So now times that, like, what would cable cost people every month? 60 to 100, depending on. So that's what it'll be. Hey, you can pick 4 to like 10 of these packages or of these fucking streamers, and then that's like your cable package or whatever the fuck. Makes sense, man. The circle of life. Anyways, let's get back into
Master need to obliterate.
Let's get back into some Okay, so here's Jelly Roll. He says that he told Triple H that he wanted to lose at SummerSlam.
I'll tell you this talk.
I think we covered this already.
Like homies, I told Triple H, I want to lose SummerSlam.
Yeah.
Just because no celebrities ever took a L, they
Yeah.
always put them over.
Yeah.
And if you don't put me over, I always have a reason.
Yeah.
There's always just something lingering there. I can pop up anytime. Any one of those three are there.
Oh man,
You know what I mean? I'll take.
Yeah, that's good, man. Will Sasso had that mentality too. He's like, if I do something with Bret Hart, he's gonna beat the shit out of me. And they're like, "Are you sure? Why don't you do?" He's like, "Oh yeah, Bret's just gonna beat the fuck out of me." You know. WWE's Io Sky, Kairi Sane, and Julia training with AEW's Mina Shirakawa at Rudos Brazilian Jiu Jitsu. Some jiu-jitsu. It's awesome. Victoria says she's not bitter that she's not in the WWE Hall of Fame. She's happy to see her friends inducted. I say this year, Batista, what? The Hardys, what? Victoria, what? That's got to be the fucking lineup, or some of the lineup. John Cena jokes with Stephanie McMahon about considering buying WWE when its share prices were lower.
Do you feel you've left WWE in a better place than how you found it?
I do. It's different, and there are things I romanticize about that I wish everyone involved with the WWE could experience. But again, I'm not meeting the place where it's at, and that's me wanting to be like, why can't you just do this?
So Dunn did what now in chat said, if you get Hulu TV, you will have access to ESPN DTC for free. Dude, that's a huge W. Same with YouTube TV, Charter, Fubo, etc. So what you did is you just dropped a fucking life hack. So if you get that package, right? If you get that package for $22, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, and then the DTC is included in that. Someone explain that to me. This seems all fucked up.
It's just not that way anymore.
That's like at Chili's, how they're like, for 22, I saw this video. This guy's like, man, for $22.85, you can get 2 half racks of ribs, or right next to that, you can get 3 sides, or like 3 half racks of ribs with 2 sides for the exact same price. You know, you just have to read the fucking menu and you get free food essentially. You know, is that what happened? Fucking pay $22 over here and get free fucking WWE basically.
Strictly from an analytic standpoint, sure. I came in, you guys were trading at $5.
Yeah, I guess we were public at that time.
Sure were.
Yeah.
And then the housing crisis, I remember some lean years. I remember I was really trying to pull together my beans when it was like at $6.40 a share. I'm like, man,
come on now.
Should I buy this place and just kick everybody out of the writer's room and do some crazy? Let's have some fun. And I obviously did not do that.
That would be funny. He'll be in the office one day, pal. I would love to see Cena as like an authority figure over WWE in the future, you know, like the general manager, the on-screen fucking Nick Aldis type guy, but like the commissioner of like both shows. And then there's like GMs who answer to him. And then he, you know, so Joe Buttons, man, he was on his podcast and he was talking about his experience at WWE. And I think he was at the Brooklyn show. And let's see.
He's on some bad guys.
Yeah, he's a heel now.
Yeah, he's a heel. It wasn't really feeling something.
Oh, man. I love that. I love to see. That's what I mean. It's just getting cool again. It's just cool and fun again. The Undertaker says it's disheartening when he goes backstage and talent are film. And all I'm saying, man, imagine like celebrities at AEW. Is it as good? I don't know if it's as good of a time. Talent are filming TikToks instead of watching the match in the ring on the monitor and pulling guns and knives on each other. No.
Cross. It's not just, this is not just a stepping stone to the next thing. It for me, man, again, like I'm a notoriously old school dude, man. It's disheartening sometimes when I go to one of the shows and if you can even find talent, and I've heard recent stuff that you've said, like even to catch talent backstage, watching matches, like most of them are filming TikToks and doing all this other which was even when I was still, you know, on the road full time and you were on the road full time, just If you weren't
No, we were
sitting
staying
there
to the very
watching the
end, yeah.
monitor,
Yeah.
you were gonna it was gonna be a bad day for you.
Yeah.
Cross. It's not just this is not just a stepping stone.
Yeah, I mean, I do wish more guys were like that. But you know, the people like John Cena who did do that and stuff, I guess they'll stand out. It's just a different time. They can learn from video games, Brian. They can study The Observer and Cage Match. So Brock Lesnar was fully paid during his WWE hiatus. I think that maybe was according to Meltzer, to be honest. So who knows if it's even true, but it's called honoring a contract. He didn't do anything criminal, so there's no reason for them to, like, you know, it would be criminal for them not to pay him, you know. WWE Survivor Series 2025. They already sold for November 29. They already sold 25,500 tickets, guys, in San Diego. And of course, Meltzer won't be there. Okay, he'll be watching whatever Joshi show goes on that weekend in the same town. So this is incredible. And the current setup is for 28,000. They're clear 600, whatever the fuck. They're clearly going to blow past that. And man, these ticket prices aren't going to get any lower until this shit slows down. Just being honest. So Saudi Arabia, according to Dave, is pushing for their very own personal WrestleMania. So 2 WrestleManias per year. I just don't know if I believe that. I think we could get to a point, though, where WrestleMania's in 2 countries, though. I pitched that before, right? One night in one country, one night in another country, and then they do like the whole WrestleMania weekend thing in 2 places. And then they already do 2 PLEs like the day before, so they could have the, you know, the NXT show at one, and then the whatever the fuck, you know, do the roast of whoever the fuck at the other, you know what I mean? You could just fill both places, but for sure, I think in 2027, we're going to get Saudi Arabia WrestleMania. Like, it has to be on the cards. And then Meltzer saying that they're pushing for Dwayne The Rock to headline the show, which again, they would do that. They want Ultimate Warrior. They want Yokozuna. Like, they want people who are dead. They want Undertaker, Triple H. They want all names. So if they're like, out of The Rock, it's just a matter of, do you have the money and does he have the time? And they'll pay whatever to get The Rock versus someone. So don't be shocked, man, if that happens sooner or later. But as far as this whole like 2 manias per year, I don't know, man. Then like, how do you do SummerSlam and all that shit? Like, just tell them, hey, we'll do SummerSlam and just keep doing what they're doing. It works way better. They're already these big 2-night events. How comparatively SummerSlam was like a WrestleMania. And if they do a 2-night Rumble, that's like a WrestleMania. I'm sorry. It's fucking just have WrestleMania in Saudi and then do Crown Jewel or King of the Ring, or do Night of Champions, or do Backlash, do fucking Bash in the East or whatever the fuck, you know, Beast returns to the Middle East or some shit. I don't know, but you don't need to do 2 events called WrestleMania in 1 year. It just waters it down, and I'm sure the Saudis realize that too. Downright dirty. So Billboard just writing about Dominic Mysterio, how he became wrestling's most hated superstar. So just in the mainstreams, here's Joe Budden. Oh, well, we already heard. Here's more of his clip just marking out.
You switch teams and start shouting that shit.
They split up, yada. I said, what?
Here, let's just listen to this clip. I think this might be a different clip, so let's just listen to it in full. Even if it's some of the same stuff, he's fucking hilarious. So here's Joe Budden. Shout out the Joe Budden Show Network. I didn't know. And recovery. She said, to be completely honest, it's been both mentally and physically exhausting and frustrating. And I'm in a spot right now with my knee where it's not waiting to bend and wanting to bend rather, and give me that full range of motion that I'm looking for. As much as that sucks, it's okay. I will push through this. I will find a way around it. I'll get to where I need to get, but boy, is it frustrating. But there's always a silver lining in a dark cloud, right? So there's a couple of things I'm happy for. I'm walking again, riding a stationary bike. I got a new puppy, Mad Max. Love that little guy. Seeing all of my animals, Sly the cat, Kai and Max, and them all playing together, that lights my heart up. So that's the joy of my day. but we'll get through this, you know? They should put her in Seth Rollins' faction. So Corey Graves will be the lead English language announcer for Triple H Triple Mania per PWI. Graves was the lead English announcer for the WWE and AAA Worlds Collide show in June, where he was joined by Conan. Triple Mania will feature from WWE, Dominic Mysterio, Finn Balor, JD, Raquel, Dragon Lee, Natalia, El Grande, Lola Vice, and Los Garza. Amazing. Yeah, Conan and Corey were fucking awesome together. Logan Paul challenges John Cena for Clash in Paris. Cena accepts. So on SmackDown, right, it was a pretty good episode of SmackDown, I suppose. You know, the Charlotte Bliss stuff is kind of silly, but it's working. It's getting over. The Montreal crowd was fucking white hot. And the opening segment was Cena he's fully a babyface. There's no swerve. And Logan Paul comes out to talk shit, and it's Cena versus Paul in Paris. They set up the tag match, which was well done. And, you know, it ends in a DQ or whatever. But in Paris, we're going to have Cena and Logan Paul. And I was talking all this shit. Hey, man, we're going to get like 3 more matches out of Cena. Boom, he's right there, has a match that night. It's like, okay, maybe they are like, we'll get fucking 4 or 5. We'll get 5 matches out of this or so. Who knows? But that match is going to cook. The crowd's going to be so absolutely hot. And I can't wait for that event. It's going to be fun. It's already building up and shaking up and shaping up to be a good one. And Cena accepted. And he had his Habs shit, right? His Canadians gear on there. And Cody Rhodes came out, backed Cena up. So just quickly, they're aligned. And then Logan and Drew are continuing along with their little team up. And I like Drew with Logan Paul. And we're seeing Drew like grab that WWE title. And he could be next to challenge Cody Rhodes one-on-one. And I want that so badly. Fuck, do I want that badly. That is awesome. So we were talking about it before. Netflix for Raw. So plan with ads, $7.99 a month, $95.88 a year. Netflix does not have the entire Raw library. Again, so like what are you going to go back and watch the entire Raw library? I hate when people cry about this shit. And internationally, it has a bunch of fucking episodes. Enough that you will find what you need. I guarantee if you're like, what was that one thing? Like what happened? If it was a key significant moment, it's on there. Okay? They have tons of shit on there. And my problem with this is like, are you going to go back and watch every single Raw? Well, yeah, I did on Peacock or I did on the network. Okay, then you caught up by now. Like, what are you fucking complaining about? They have every WrestleMania, every fucking Royal Rumble. What are you going to go back and watch every fucking Raw? Like, no, dude, that's such bullshit to even like bring that up. Between YouTube and the streamer and whatever, like you can find almost any fucking match or event online at this point. You just type it into Google. I'm telling you. USA Peacock for SmackDown. SmackDown and WWE Library standard with ads, $10.99 a month, $131.88 a year, or the annual plan, $107.99 a year. Available via cable or YouTube TV. Another fee. Missing the Raw and NXT weekly libraries. Yeah, because that's for SmackDown. So why do you need the Raw and NXT weekly libraries on YouTube or whatever? ESPN or YouTube for WWE PLEs, $29.99 a month, $359.88 a year. YouTube, and this is a good breakdown, by the way. I'm not fucking like hating on whoever put this graphic together. YouTube TV cable users who have ESPN will get this at no additional cost. $995.88 a year for YouTube TV. Estimated total $563.75 at the cheapest options. 1 year of Netflix, Peacock, YouTube TV for weekly Raw, blah blah, and the libraries, blah blah blah. Basically $1,200. WWE Network was $9.99 a month. Yeah, but again, this is you know how you save money, guys? God damn, I wish I had one that sponsored this show, but you get a fucking PPN. You just pay for a year Boom. There you go. You just watch everything. In Canada, Netflix, we get fucking everything. So there you go. Just figure it out that way, I suppose. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE News. But that's a cool little breakdown there. Quite pricey, though, if you live in the States. You know, that's undeniable if you're like trying to get everything and want to consume everything. There was at one point too, it's not like TKO's above doing this. Like at one point, UFC was holding events at like one in Europe at the same time, like earlier in the day that they're holding an event in the US and shit. And people were like, is this smart? Like, we want to watch, you know, like for the consumer, you know, like for the US audience that wants to watch these shows. And Dana was just like, the show's not for you. It's for them and shit, you know? So like, they're ruthless, man. They'll be willing to just be like, well, fuck you then. You only watch Raw. You're a Raw guy. It keeps getting more popular and popular the way wrestling has been. Who knows? In some dystopian future. Why does Max not have 2021 to 2023 AEW seasons? I think they do now. No, they have all the pay-per-views now. Like all of their pay-per-view library is finally available on Max. What else is chat saying? So, yeah, there's 345 people watching. If you're on X, you can come on over to YouTube, hit like, hit subscribe, support the channel. We're almost at 7K subs, too. It's awesome. We need like 25 more subs or some shit like that. Then we're at 7,000. And then we blew past 2,000 on the other channel. So thank you guys. You guys are goated for being here tonight. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Do it. Let me check these likes on this clip channel. You motherfuckers. Oh man, tisk. Okay, so joining us on the show again, ladies and gentlemen, he's got something very important after tonight's collision. Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called the Sicko segment. So, this lady here at Saralicity, shout out Neckbeards for posting this one. She says, "Fuck off, you bald asshole. I hope your pacemaker gives out." To Triple H. Wishing death is okay in some of these sickos' minds. We have wackos too. Don't get it twisted. We have wacko beat boo beat bots, dude. Legit Fed drone, E-drone motherfuckers out there. Steph Delander says, long story short, beware of this scammer purchasing your merch online. So she says, I have purposefully never posted his name publicly because I didn't want him to receive backlash. However, he continues to spread incorrect information on various platforms, so I have no choice but to do so. Ethan Heth purchased over $500 worth of items from me, filed a claim on PayPal, and was refunded $500 because I forgot to respond. Damn, that is super ultra scammy. You should have fucking responded, though. You know, that's where it's kind of fucking on you a little bit. Like, damn, man, it is. And I'm not fucking down with this guy at all. I'm not condoning his shit, but that's why they have that in place. PayPal does, right? Like you have to, but I'm not blaming her. Like she got a million fucking things going on, totally busy. You know, why would a fan scam you and shit? Like that's such a disheartening thing. You know, you don't anticipate that to happen. So I feel bad for her, but like, fuck, that is on you a bit because you missed it. So she's just warning everyone, and she's not saying it isn't on her as well. That's why likely she put the warning out, which is good. Shout out Steph SDL, okay, with a $sign, ho, and B3CCA with a 3 because she's cool. Anyways. He has refused to return my items and has been reselling all my merch in various groups on FB for even more profit. I've since found out he has used this PayPal dispute ruse on multiple people. So just a scammer. I emailed him multiple times trying to settle this privately with no response. I would use caution doing business with Ethan Heth. So there you go. Just ripping wrestlers off and shit. You see a lot of these accounts too, like for any celebrity, but wrestlers as well, where it's like just fake fucking phishing, copy, duplicate accounts of wrestlers and indie wrestlers more and more as wrestling gets popular. But Triple Fraud said some of you are going to be performative as hell and not watch Raw tonight and then just watch it next week anyways. True that. And then this gentleman here, Camitron PTW, says, gonna be honest, I tried watching it to see if I really missed it, and I couldn't make it 10 minutes without shutting it off. It's more or less the same content as before, but now it feels spiritually evil watching it. Man, feels like a big part of wrestling died for me last night, bro. That sucks. So Julian Weeks calls out this guy. He says, the more I think about it, SummerSlam might just be my PLE pay-per-view of the year. And this guy says, and his name's Never Trust the Juice, which, come on. Oh, come on. That's not very fair. That's very anti-Semitic. We understand what you're referencing on Twitter. But he goes, yet more proof that black people have the lowest IQs. What the fuck, man? Over wrestling, bro. You what? StreamYard's being glitchy. But yeah, very disheartening to see the IWC just a complete and utter sicko shit like that. So racialist. So Matt Kuhn Music says Mike Bailey would have been a success in any era and will be in this one. I'd buy stock. And so Heel Uzi says, tell me you don't know shit about pro wrestling without telling me. I don't know. I like Mike Bailey. So I'm with Matt Kuhn on this one. But it's just really cringe to be like, like when everybody comes out and picks their fucking sides and then say like, I'd buy stock in fucking Mike Bailey. Like, bro, you'd buy stock in Lashley too if you had the option. Like, let's be real about it. Yeah, I'd buy stock in Bailey too, but you can't blame a guy like Lashley for being like, I don't want to fucking lay down for this dude and this thrown together tag team he's in. So we get it, dude. Like, it's always the same people like siding, drawing their line in the fucking sand. And I said it, yes, MVP, stand on business. We need, and why? Because I keep the same energy, man. We need people standing up for themselves in AEW and being people who are like, I'll just fucking walk up to you, Tony. Like, what am I going to fucking cry to other people? I'll just walk up to Mike Bailey, shake his hand, go, we're going to do fucking business. Nothing personal, bro. Right? You need more people like that. But also, I like Mike Bailey. I know a lot of y'all shit on him in chat. That's fine. Everyone's down with their own, with what they like, you know? So I'd buy stock in both of them. Like, what are you proving? But anyways, this gentleman has this to say from NoDQ.com. And just listen to the way these people write, dude. NoDQ hires, like, mentally ill people. Like, some of these other sheets, at least they fucking try, dude. But NoDQ says, me, an educated AEW fan, watching all of these uneducated, unwashed E-drones having to basically sell their souls to try and watch this absolutely dreadful WWE product in 2026 just to keep up You'll need a Netflix subscription for Raw, pay for cable or Peacock to watch SmackDown, and get an ESPN subscription to watch their PLEs. Yikes. Triple K and Nick Khan, man, really know that this brainless audience will do it too, and those two will be laughing all the way to the bank while y'all scramble to come up with rent money. A sucker is born every minute. They say so as long as y'all keep rolling in the mud and reproducing. There will always be more poor, toothless WWE fans running around yelling yeet and taking up oxygen from us real wrestling fans. Pathetic. See, these are the type of people that Dave Meltzer enables and breeds. You know?
Poor people don't like AEW.
Taking up oxygen. Like, this dude would prefer that if you're a WWE fan, you all just die. And like, they're the, you know what I mean? That's supposed to be the normal, educated fan who's washed his ass today. Crazy. So, speaking of asses, Elbu responds to this fucking Triple H on ESPN First Take stuff. And Elbu says, serious journalism used to take place on ESPN. Bob Lee would have pressed Paul Levesque on the obvious regarding Lesnar, but all of it is kayfabe now. And Elbu trying, like, you're one to talk. Like, you're one to fucking talk, bro. With the type of journalism you've done. It's fucking crazy. And then calling him Paul Levesque and shit. It's so cringe. Serious journalism, bro. You're a wrestling journalist. And then fucking look at this shit. The same guy who eats cereal out of a paper plate bowl. Oh my
Stupid
God.
idiot.
Oh my God. Holy shit. And eating cereal out of a paper bowl, dude. That's one of the most redacted things I've ever seen. Holy shit. That is fucking hilarious, man. Oh, dude. So Andrew Baydala had this to say. He says, I've noticed a growing sentiment among live reaction streamers and content creators expressing concerns about the sustainability of their content type, especially in the context of WWE and its evolving landscape. It makes sense considering the shifting accessibility and the overall perception of these streamers. However, this situation could actually present a significant opportunity for AEW. If I had a say in the direction of this for AEW, I would capitalize on this by differentiating themselves from WWE, inviting popular live reaction streamers to their pay-per-view events each month. Doesn't WWE already do that? Could create a win-win scenario by allowing these content creators to produce authentic, unfiltered content directly from AEW events. The promotion can not only expand its reach, but also attract a wider audience. I'm going to allow these streamers to engage with fans on site, stream their reactions live, and conduct post-match interviews. It would not only make the events more engaging, but also provide a unique perspective that could captivate their established audiences. This could help AEW carve out a niche for itself and build a stronger connection with both fans and content creators in a way that WWE might not be able to replicate. Bro, they already do this. They already invite the same streamers. You see their fucking reactions. You see Santi Zap and Wheezy Blonde and the same fucking 4 people every time something crazy happens on their fucking show. They're already doing that. So I don't really know what you're talking about, but and yes, AEW probably should be doing shit like this. Should have been a long time ago, but then y'all just scream, "Oh, this is so fucking Federation. This is so stupid." You know? So here's what Niccolo Piccolo had to say, though. He said, no, this only increases the size of the parasitic ecosystem. There is a difference between attention and investment. The former is easy to buy, the latter increasingly hard to earn. The live reaction streamer, the wrestling influencer, I'm not going to name names, has no real investment in the thing itself, only in its reflection and how well it flatters their own. These grifters do not build bridges between fans and the product. They build mirrors, feedback loops, echo chambers. Their value rises with virality, not with vision. Dave Meltzer. Boom. The bubble paradox. Dave creating these shorts. It's so funny. Dave goes after Bischoff and he's like, oh, he just says shit for engagement. And then what does Meltzer said? What? I hate these guys who pretend like that's not what the whole internet is, you idiots. People making content out of other people and getting engagement. You wouldn't fucking be online if you weren't trying to do that. And so Meltzer's like, oh, Bischoff just says shit for engagement. Let's roll out shorts like we're fucking kids, like the kids do, Brian. He's been doing, why? For more engagement, because he's doing 50% off sales on his fucking subscription. So Nick has a fucking point, and that's what putting yourself in an echo chamber does. Okay? Like if Dave was just spitting facts, like I might be a subscriber to the Observer. Some people in chat might have not canceled their subscriptions to the Observer and shit, but that's not the fucking case. So moving along. AEW, if it knows what it is, should respectfully run the other fucking direction. The temptation to conflate noise with reach is strong. AEW claims to care about its wrestlers, its matches, its stakes. If that's true, the last fucking thing it needs is more voices, more self-congratulatory grifters having more access. That's fucking true. And listen to how Nick words it, access. And I've had fucking people who worked in AEW say to me in DMs, fucking what access are these people getting? Fucking bro, what are you talking about? They're texting motherfuckers and then talking shit in $5 Discords, man. That access. Fucking Will Washington got a job, bro. That's the access that they fucking get. Nick understands it right here. So, but yeah, I think they do need less dirt sheet because we know the people that will get in there. They're not going to be critical of it in any way. Right? And that's why people cringe when WWE does it as well, because it's not like they're going to be positive. So Nick is just bringing up the opposite point. I think that fucking, hey, if AEW started to work with more influencers, that's a good move. I just think like getting out there, more streamers and stuff. But Nick is just giving a different perspective. Like, he's just pointing out like the people they'll let in, I won't be the right ones type shit. I think is like the greater point he's getting at. But talking over the story before it's even finished, being told and ultimately making the story about them. So again, Dave Meltzer, I don't like Hurt Business. They're old guys. What's the narrative? Oh, they don't want to put anyone over. What does Dave do? Stooges. FTR is going to get the belts off them. Huh? Crazy. Nick is cooking. That's what he's not naming names, but that's what the type of shit he's alluding to. The shit we point out here at PWT all the fucking time. Okay. So ultimately making it about them. Let the artists speak. Yes, the artists, the wrestlers and the creatives, not the parasites profiting from the echo. Dumb fucking idea. And of course, all the narcissistic podcasters and live reaction streamers think it is a great fucking idea because this idea is about what benefits them and what gives them more access. Can't spin it any other way. And then he hits Baydala with a clown. I didn't know he had heat with Baydala like that. But no, man, fucking, we got to drop air horns. Like, Nick is fucking cooking there. Like, tell me when he's telling lies, So, moving along here, because we have some more sickodom to get to. So, Elboo says, what does this guy do to warrant this level? Talking about Karrion Kross. What does this guy do to warrant this level of conversation around him? Have you seen the matches? He's 40. What do you mean he's like Steve Austin? He hits the ropes like he had a steel rod in both his ankles and just got back surgery. Like just burying Kross and shit, dude. It's unfortunate that because here's the thing, if Kross showed up in AEW, Elboo would be like, these are the type of matches that Hunter never let him have. Expressing his true inner fucking silliness, man. So Rhea Ripley reveals a creepy Valentine's Day stalker left a poem at her door. You sick fuck. You sick fuck. You sick fuck. MVP says bitch assery is rampant in the IWC. True. Speaking of bitch assery, Elbu says, you will be told to deal with it and get over it if you push back on it. Non-zero chance he's been shadow booking this Cena run anyway. So he's trying to float the conspiracy out there that Vince is somehow secretly, he's in the cabal, the cult of Baal. And I'm booking it from Bohemian Grove in the shadow government, pal. Right? Like, what the fuck, man? I've watched this product for over 20 years. I know his fingerprints. No, Elbu, it's not his fingerprints. It's that Cena has a limited window. They squeeze the juice from this heel run. It was inevitable. Elbu. Oh my fucking God, dude. Listen to PWT, bro. I know it's triggering. I know you blocked me and all this shit. Listen to it, okay? Because we've broken this down. When do they pull the trigger on the babyface match? The very last one? The second last one? When is it good for you to do it? They're pulling the babyface trigger. We knew it at some point. Whether it was a double heel or anything like a double heel turn, he wasn't going to retire heel as the champion or whatever the fuck. That he was going to turn back and he's going to lay down. We fucking know that, dude. You people, incoherent characterization on a week-to-week basis, dropped angles, pushing the Brock button at a big show. We felt it was time for Vince to come home. No, Vince isn't coming home, bro. He's fucking gone, you idiot. Ugh, man. They just want Vince to be there so bad. Like, they just want it to be, this is a demonic, evil company. Blah, blah, fucking blah, man. Everyone's just tired of hearing this shit. Cry about it more. Go watch fucking AEW and cry about it. Well, I guess they are crying about it, but Joey Ryan. So someone was going to book this motherfucker out of nowhere and it like got deleted. Where is it, man? Someone posted about like I think it's one of these like fucking unavailable deleted tweets or one of these suspended accounts that are in this fucking graveyard in the Sicko segment. But Portland Wrestling was gonna book Joey Ryan, dude. They booked him. They weren't gonna. They booked him. And again, I'm not one of these dudes like people were saying he was being a creep and he got Me Too'd or speaking out it or whatever the fuck. And again, like, should he never be able to have a job ever again, ever? I mean, no, like people got to survive. But at the same time, are wrestling fans allowed to say, we don't want this fucking guy in wrestling? Yeah, you're allowed to say that. You know, you're allowed to be like, we don't want to hire this guy and we don't want to see him on our fucking TV or when I bring my kid out to a show or whatever. Yeah. You don't want creeps around, right? So basically they booked him. He was scheduled, ready to go. And Portland Wrestling is like, they had to post, I've canceled Joey Ryan's flight. He will not be appearing at the August 23rd show. So again, everyone's like, the cancel culture is dead and all this shit. Yeah, in a way, people are tired of people crying about like soy boy pussy shit. And even that's cringe. Like when I do my movie reviews, I'm like, I make fun of people who cop out by calling every movie woke and gay and shit before it even comes out. I know I've reiterated this numerous times on the show, but you know, that's cop out shit too. And yes, culture shifted a bit, but it's not like people are sitting here going, hey, we want creeps to come back. Like, no, we're still everyone I think is anti-creeper, you know? So I don't know what this guy was thinking. Joey Ryan, dude, just keep your job at Disneyland or fucking wherever you were working and I just don't think people want to see you get booked again, man. It's just a little taboo, you know, in my opinion. And that's unfortunate, but don't creep on fucking girls or whatever happened, right? He has some story where there was a motel involved. I don't know. I'm not going to dig it all up. I'm sure chat can spit it out there amongst yourselves. But yeah, just kind of funny. Someone tried to book him and then immediately they're like, you got to backpedal that shit. Speaking of backpedaling and something I disagree with, because guys, if you're on fucking cell phones and you're crying about AI art and shit, and I'm not down with it. Like Musk is setting up these fucking there's like these factories in the States being set up that are like poisonous to people's lungs and shit. And it's a crazy thing, man. You can look into it. This guy Retroactive, he has a cool YouTube channel, and he's always like he's bringing it up in every fucking video. You know, he kind of makes fun of how all these comedians like are chumming up to politicians now and technocrats and shit. And so he brings up the Musk stuff all the time. And I guess there's like these factories being built that are not. But listen, man, here's the thing. You're on cell phones. Like, do you know how they get the batteries for all this shit? Do you know how everything we fucking consume and use is made? And you guys are going to get mad because Chris Sabin posted like an AI fan art that he thought was cool about himself. I just think we're going overboard. Like, if you're sending out tweets, that's just as bad as like using AI. The algorithm uses AI to understand, you know, everyone. If you Google something, it's using AI. You get an AI answer first thing. It's always been AI. I don't know, man. I don't understand why people are just like, man, delete that. A real person should draw this, not a computer. Why? It's a throwaway picture. We all consume so much shit all the time now that throwaway pictures are what, if anything, AI should be used for. It shouldn't be used to write movies or do the CGI in movies or fucking make cartoons. Or I saw this video where this guy like AI'd his dead son and shit. That's creepy. None of that stuff. But if it's like, hey, here's a cool, like, here's Chris Sabin as a fucking Dragon Ball Z character. Who gives a shit? What are you guys crying about? It's fucking crazy to me, dude. So JD King posted this, man, and he got a screen grab of some fucking E-drones, dude. So Rivers Bauer, I finally watched my first full AEW pay-per-view, and dear God, I hope that's not indicative of the larger product because it sucked. Toni Storm's title defense was the best point in the show. She's their best weapon. She might be the best female wrestler in the business. So that was in April. In March, Buddy says, finally sat down this weekend and watched a full uninterrupted AEW event. And while I respect those performers and everything they accomplish, it's not for me. And then in February, Buddy says, I'll admit to not being a fan of the product that AEW is selling. However, that being said, they might have finally hooked me with Hangman versus MJF angle and currently working this. So I don't know if they're actually watching or if they're just tweeting shit out saying, this is my first time ever watching. This is my first time ever watching. But it's not a copy and pasted tweet, but we will get there with some of the E-drones. It's bound to happen. It's like in Batman Begins, right? At the end of the movie, Batman, he dons the cowl. He's fully Batman and all this shit. And then Gordon is like, hey, man, you put on a bulletproof vest, they start wearing Kevlar, you know, whatever the fuck. You put on a cape and, well, they start dressing kooky too. And then he shows him a Joker card insinuating, well, there's some supervillain guy dressing up like a Joker being crazy, like a clown being crazy, right? That's what's going to happen. Like the sickos go so far. Now you see just vehement anti-fucking AEW accounts. And yeah, I don't know. Good shit right there, I guess. So Dax FTR had this to say. Again, he can't leave well enough alone. JD from NY is in Dax Harwood's head through and through, bro. Like just living rent-free in this guy's fucking head. It's actually kind of pathetic. And he, you know, unblocked to JD to be like, you were begging outside of that party and we laughed at you. You're the kind of guy who would get shoved in lockers. And now he's going to other wrestlers and like, man, you talk to this loser? Huh, come with the cool kids. Huh, that kid's a gaylord. Am I right? Cool jock guys with our Letterman jackets, you know, like what the fuck? It's just this like jock fucking bullshit bullying mentality. Be a star. Be a star, pal. But yeah, Dax is just mad. He's and now here's another, or he went at Jimmy Corderas as well. I just unblocked you to tell you that I don't respect you. And I disrespect you so much that and this doesn't bother me at all. You live a sad life. That's why I untweeted you, or unblocked you to tweet you, and then blocked you again, Jimmy. Because you're sad, not me. And then here's him again, JD living rent-free. So, JD from NY says, bands come and go, but to stay consistent for so long is the hardest part. These guys are one of the most consistent bands in this space. New Trivium single dropped today. Probably the absolutely best band has ever sounded. Best the band has ever sounded. The production on this thing is fucking amazing. Am I right? In 5 minutes, forget about it. And then Tom Pestock, Bishop Dyer, Baron Corbin says, that's my boy. They are so good. I was so pumped. He was part of my killer music. Dax goes, gross. You talk to this guy, Tom? Oh, Tommy, you talk to this guy? Like, what the fuck, man? Why do you give a shit? They want to control what fucking man, some of these wrestlers, some of these dirty guys, they want to control what you say, who you talk to, and then they'll make fun of and bully and fucking threaten to beat you up if you don't fucking comply. That's terrorism. Right? So JD goes, when I tweet about one of my favorite bands with my appreciation forwards them, and I have someone in that locker room tweeting about me in a non-wrestling tweet, the more you'll understand that I am not and never was the problem. I'm over here now. Yeah, dude, you're not the problem. You're really not, JD. Soda Pumpkin says it's not like you tagged him or even mentioned his name, and he did the shit Sab does where he vanity searches himself to see who's talking about him. Dax is basically keeping tabs on you, which is weirder than his searching his own name and engaging with trolls. Now, hold on, Soda Pumpkin. That might not be it. It might be that he follows, and I'm going to defend. See, I'm fair with everybody. I'm giving Dax shit for his bully fucking behavior because that's what it is. But you got to give him this, though. It might be that he saw Tom responding in his feed. You can still see people responding to people who blocked you and shit. You know? So JD says, but he wasn't tagged. I haven't mentioned AEW outside of 2 times this week. One was for my stream and the other because Meltzer was talking shit about me. He replied because another wrestler said something that was replied to something we both liked. It's basically everything wrong with that place. Yeah, I mean, JD, you're living rent-free, dude. That means you're winning. I mean, them even responding and shit, it's just getting you more and more and more over. However, we have what's his face here? Chi-Town Smark, okay? Did he like block me or something since since this show started today? No, he limited who can view his posts. He might have blocked me since this show started. Okay? Which is crazy because that's where you guys saw the graph breakdown of all the prices for WWE. He may have just limited that post because he was getting negative interaction. But that graphic there, I got from Chi-Town Smark, right? And I posted one version of it for myself so I could bookmark it in WWE, and that's why it was in there. And I put his version in the Sicko segment so I could just comparatively show what he's talking about, right? And so that version is gone. So he limited it or blocked me out of nowhere today, okay? But shout out AEW Disciplinary Committee for posting this clip. So what Chi-Town Smark said was he posted that price log of like what WWE's gonna cost you every month if you live in the States, and he's like shitting on WWE essentially, right? Which is fine. That's his prerogative to do that. And then Disciplinary Committee drops this. He says, yes, and at one point we were paying $70 a month for pay-per-views. Exactly. On top of cable and shit. Exactly. That's the way they're looking at it. until it gets back to like cable prices, which it's starting to, you know, I don't see them fucking slowing down. The network was a tremendous value, as were many streaming services, while the entertainment industry was pushing us to move away from analog formats. Remember how cheap Netflix was, Steam games. Now that we have transitioned to digital and it's become something we all use automatically, they all raise prices. Exactly. It was the natural conclusion. As consumers, it's our job to say when it's gone too far, not by bitching online. Well, no, you're allowed to bitch online, but by not buying their products. But that's the key way. But yes, bitching online does work, especially in wrestling. It can work, okay? Chi-Town here already admitted that he uses fans' logins, so he's just doing this for engagement. So this is the funny part. Dis posted, like, yo, this is the own. He's like, bro, he admits on this thing that he doesn't even pay for AEW shit. Like, he's wearing a fucking Jack Perry t-shirt or whatever, but he's like, I haven't paid for a pay-per-view in years. I just use other people's logins. So then it's like, don't cry. Don't fucking cry about it.
A month of AEW. I have not bought an AEW pay-per-view in fucking years. Asshole.
Who says you pay $50 for AEW? But Jesse will pay $50 a month for AEW pay-per-views. It's Hyper Bear.
I don't pay for fucking pay-per-views.
Bro, and this is, how many do you think are link sharing, and how many do you think just illegally look the shit up? And then you look at the Google trends, and it's like the most searched results are just people looking for links, man. And Dave's trying to say there's a 30% increase because of Amazon. It's just not true. That's how we can prove it. He doesn't look at the actual analytics of any. He doesn't even know how YouTube works, which he proved on during that AAA show. So even the most diehard, like Chi-Town Smart, will do this show, I assume, make money and make somewhat of a living, maybe a passive income or some shit off of this pro wrestling shit. Bitch about defend AEW tooth and nail, and he doesn't even fucking, he's not even buying all the fucking, and I don't judge, like, hey, if you as a fan, if you're like, I'm illegally streaming this, that's your fucking prerogative. I don't care. Changes nothing if you listen or watch my show and also jump on the pirate ship or pay every month. I don't give a fuck. I encourage people to buy them. I encourage people to watch fucking AEW, for Christ's sakes. I encourage you all to watch Collision tonight. I was like, look, man, I put it on over the fights. It's so rare I do that. You guys know your boy Phil don't do that, especially lately. The fights are on, I fucking put the fights on. So anyways, let's just hear what Chi-Town has to say.
I don't pay for fucking pay-per-views. I have followers that hook me up with their logins to watch the pay-per-views. I don't pay for any fucking thing.
For any show. So then why are you complaining about WWE? Because you're not paying. So if they lowered it all to $10, are you going to pay your 10, or are you just going to use the link, bro? That's the thing, bro.
But thank you.
Your energy is saying one thing, right? And your actions are saying another. So AEW Neckbeards goes, say it then blocks me, typical sicko. So Ian Drew Dice Clay. So he responds to something. Neckbeards is like, sorry to tell you, you're out of depth with me. And then this guy says, hey, Bonnie Blue, and tags Bonnie Blue. You still looking for any loser virgins for your OF? Well, Merry fucking Christmas. And then he just blocks them. And then he unblocks them again. So just to highlight like what Dax is doing is sicko behavior, right? Unblocks them to go to respawn, and then blocks them again, you know? Breaking news, bad faith accounts are also thick as pig shit. More at 10. Neckbeards is like, LOL, you just discovered that superstar Billy Graham was Hulk Hogan before Hulk Hogan. Here's some more breaking news for you. He also inspired Scott Steiner and Jesse Ventura. Yeah, the problem is that some of these folks online on the WWE and AEW side, legit, man, like there's adults who were born in 2005 who are like almost bar age or are bar age and in the States and just don't, they just grew up in this internet era where it's like a know-it-all fucking internet era. Meanwhile, you don't really know anything. You're not retaining anything. It's just like a regurgitation. People say the age of information. To me, it's like the age of fucking regurgitation, dude. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was our Sicko said what? Okay, let's check in with chat. And let's get Flutes in the chat, because we're going to make fun of Dave Meltzer here. Thomas Moore for 2 says, bro, the IWC are cracked. 100%, man. 100 fucking percent. I agree. What a way to cap off the Sicko segment. 2025 social media is very confusing for an elder guy like me. Yeah, dude. I really like Jesse. He's not using a link, but that's as far as I'll go. I don't give a fuck if he's illegally streaming everything. I don't give a shit. I really don't care about that at all. Personally, you know, but it is just funny to point out, like, well, bro, this is your energy and you're crying about WWE. Why do you care? You just said you don't pay for anything anyway. So perhaps not admitting it on JD's show would have been better. Exactly, right? Because then people just pull your card there. No, Jesse has been criticizing AEW a lot lately. Good. Yeah. No, I'm not shitting on him. I don't watch it enough to know. So Mumbles is the fucking worst. I can't stand Shy. Okay. Who did I pick up? Jesse went off the deep end there. Phil covered that a few shows ago. JD is definitely a midget. He is short. He is a short dude. Elbu calling him Paul Levesque like he's Bobby Monsoon. Yeah. Okay, so moving along here, guys. Let's get Flutes in the chat because it is time for... I'm not even primed up for this segment, so let me get hydrated here. I got to chug some water. I should have got an eye drink. Does iDrink still like sponsor AEW? Is that still a thing? We haven't seen much of that. I thought it was going to be like the prime, like the official drink of AEW. You know, they got rid of Woo Energy. What happened to iDrink? Has anybody had an iDrink in chat? Tell me. We're just chit-chatting here. Drink some Prime that perks you up. Yeah, you know, I'm not a big Prime guy. I've tried it a couple times. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I got to be honest. It just tastes like weird fucking sugary shit. JD said he's 5'8". Yeah, so does Joe Rogan, bro. Joe Rogan's a fucking toe. He's a thumb. Okay? He's 5'3" if he's lucky. So pirate ships are awesome. Yeah, Woo Drink Energy is out. I never knew that. Yeah, they have a thing called iDrink, bro. iDrink. What microphone do you use? I've used a couple since the inception of this show. I have one of those blue mics. You know what I'm saying? A solid brand. And I switched to this even though I had a much more higher end one I used previously. But it was just like too much. It was like it's unnecessary, you know, and it took up so much power to use, you know. I had to use like an interface and shit. I was like, I might as well use a USB one. So I'm not hating on Short Kings, man. I'm not hating, but it's just, you know, you're weird. You guys freak me out. What can I say? I'm just kidding. I'm totally fucking kidding. Flair's no longer works there. No, Flair gets a check from AEW still. He's like on retainer. I don't know what it is, but just Woo Energy doesn't have a thing with them anymore. I want a Shure SM7 DB. Yeah, the fucking Joe Rogan mic. Everyone has that fucking mic. It's like the best one, I would say, probably, for potting, like overall, but it just really depends like what your setup is and all of that. So okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for sorry, I'm just chugging down fluids. It is time for everybody's favorite segment. And it is called Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
So Dave Meltzer responds to this Phil, a fellow Phil, who says, "You think it's funny, but it's true. Dave has said they're close in the past. 500K on max puts them right in the range. Cope. You're just fucking dumb if you think they do 500K. I'm so sorry. You're just a fucking idiot. You don't actually look at any numbers other than Meltzer's, which have all been proven to be lies." Meltzer says, live and same day, they've beaten Raw frequently because Netflix viewers watch late. Why do Netflix viewers watch late, Dave? And then why is it, Dave, that on the night of Raw is number 1, and then throughout the week it falls down to 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7, then exits the top 10, and then the next week Raw is number 1 on the day of, and then it falls down? Why? Is that because everyone's watching later? Or is it because there's people watching later, which puts them even higher than you're giving them credit for? Okay? Which is what keeps them in the top 10. And then AEW, it's different. You have more, your peak is watching live, and it's nowhere near the amount of people watching Raw live. And then after, but you're just lying and saying they are, because you're trying to say there's 500K congruent to like watching at the same time peak for AEW on Max. Why would that be the case? Why do people watch later on Netflix, Dave? Because it's streaming? So why wouldn't that same logic apply to Max? Because it's streaming. Is it because you're a dumb fuck? You're a liar? Is it?
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Is that why? You guys like the new sounds tonight or what? Is that why, Dave? Why? Why wouldn't the same logic apply? Because you don't study the business?
Stupid idiot!
Because you're tangled up in a web of fucking lies, man. Like what? Why? Prove it. Prove that all of them, that the majority watch later, and then prove that that's not the same thing that happens on Max, and then I'll shut the fuck up and go, wow, I was wrong. Dave, you got me on that one. And then I'll play you a fucking E-flute for when you get a smart moment of the week. It's why the E-flute's in place, Dave, because we give you the benefit of the doubt, but you're a fucking cornball. So Dave says, this is well ahead of recent weeks. If you throw in Max, may not be this week because I expect Raw to be way up after SummerSlam for the entire week. This week should be in the range of last week's Raw. He's such a fucking shilling kook. So we move along here. Dave Meltzer has this. He posts AEW did 711,000.18. Doesn't include Max, which skews heavy, 18 to 49. And then it's like, Dave, why would that matter when you yourself finally caught on to something that WBD looks at since the 2010s? And that's like the 25 to 54 or whatever demo that Switchblade was talking about, friend of the show. Okay. Why are you like it skews heavy in the 18 to 49? It's just silliness. And again, like what's going to be the excuse when they go back down to 600,000? So then where's this 100,000 just disappearing? Well, they're watching other stuff. So then they didn't all go to Max. Like what happens then? The Max numbers is the same then? Was there an increase on Max? Was there a decrease on Max? Like he's just making shit up as he goes because we can't prove anything fully. All we can prove is that they're not doing 100,000 or more on Max. They're just fucking not, because again, that would just be NBA level. It's insane to think that they're even doing close to Raw. And especially when you factor in internationally. He won't even touch internationally because he knows like Raw is number fucking 3 in Canada, and then number 4 in Mexico, and you know, number 6 in whatever country, and it's there all week, dude. And like he won't even touch that because he knows. Like if you factor in international for NXT, they fucking smoke Dynamite. But yeah, Dave Meltzer says AEW was first in the time slot, second for the day. The actual 18 to 49 was a 0.53. What the fuck, bro? How? Oh my God, man. Where's my poor people don't like AEW?
Poor people don't like AEW.
A 0.53. How do you just make that up? Which means only 33.6. Do you guys see it? 33, Brian, 33%. He's just going based off this 33 shit he's made up in his head. Of people 18 to 49 have access to TBS. This tells why streaming is so important. Right, so streaming's so important, but the Netflix shit, blah. But Max, which is like the lowest fucking piece of the pie in the streaming world. Oh, yeah, that's just fucking doing like 700K by my math. Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, Dave? Just because Max doesn't talk about how great the show did. Yeah, but it does for every other sport when it does over 1 million and they're fucking, and the Max numbers are included. When the Max numbers are 168,000K for NBA, and they do 2 million watching or whatever the fuck, and then they go 160 some thousand was on our streaming. They tout that. We know that WBD will tout that. They love that. They praise it. They're like, oh my God, what a success. So you mean to tell me that AEW's doing 500 to 700K or whatever your bullshit math? I can't even do the math because it's so fucking redacted. You mean to tell me that many people are watching on fucking Max and they're not going, holy fucking shit, what a smash hit success we have beating fucking UEFA and fucking NBA games and beating LeBron James and shit on streaming. It's an anomaly. I mean, the cables, whatever, the live viewers or whatever, but the fucking streaming numbers are almost at 1 million. What a fucking, it's beating the fucking live numbers on TV. Is that what they expect us to believe? Like, why wouldn't someone say that? Why would somebody not fucking praise that on one of these calls or something? Why would they not show them in their sports thing? When they're like, hey, we own all these properties, and we're splitting into 2 companies, and here's what you can see in one company, here's what you can see in the other company. Why did they not fucking show that or say that? Because it's just bullshit. It's just utterly bullshit. The people that are gone from the 100,000 viewers that they lost since last year, you're seeing like 50,000 of them maybe are watching on Max, and then you're seeing 50,000 to 100,000 people are still floating around on cable or whatever the fuck, and we'll throw it on when it's on, when there's nothing else on, or when there's something interesting on that they want to see when it's on. And that's why they did this rating. Like next week, if it's back down to 615,000, what is Dave going to say? Where's those 100,000 people miraculously gone? Back to streaming or what? Like, so Ariel, again, Dave's accusing people of being shills. Why? He's projecting because he is, in fact, a fucking shill. And Ariel Helwani's putting over Seth Rollins. Swerve was the highlight of the weekend, IMO. That's wrestling at its finest. So Dave Meltzer has to interject and just spurg out and say shit that has nothing to do with anything. He goes, wait, something is really fishy here. So Dave has a fucking conspiracy theory for you brainwashed sickos, you fucking wackos. Give me an X-File. Actually, I'll hit the X-Files, Phil. He says, well, wait. Actually, Brian, something is really fishy here. 1, Ariel knows John Pollock. 2, I did an interview for Ariel's site a few days after. I don't know if it was printed as it was for a printed story on the subject, explaining that it was all scripted weeks in advance of when the cash-in was scheduled. No, Dave, you didn't explain it all. He tries to take credit for people's shit. John Pollock said, I was told this. And then he said it on his show. And then Meltzer said, well, Pollock, just like we said on this show, Pollock would look like such a fucking asshole if he just came out and said this. Like, he gains nothing by putting this out there, so he must have heard it rather reliably for him to just say, I was fucking told this thing. And then Dave breaks down the idea behind it, and if the injury, it's a minor injury, but it's not really real, but it's kind of real, Brian. And Dave does this Spurg thing where he takes credit for it and pretends like he's adding context, but it's all just shit he made up in his mind. It's really just discerning what we all assume from Pollock and what people like myself said, like, yo, they didn't handle that the way that fucking Alexa Bliss was handled in her injury. Yo, so does that mean Goldberg's time got cut off even more? You know, this shit's a work, dude. It's either 50-50 a work or not. It's pro wrestling. Dave, Ariel doesn't read everything that goes on his fucking site, right? He launched this platform. He hired people to fucking, and why they're giving you interviews in the and talking to you in the first place is beyond me. And some people have said Ariel's little experiment here hasn't worked out so well, and I don't know. I'd have to look into that more, but I like Ariel Helwani. I watch a show, but Dave is just like, Ariel knows John Pollock. Okay, so what? So he didn't go and say, he doesn't listen to all of John Pollock's shit. Who gives a fuck? He didn't call John Pollock and go, so what do you know? Tell me all the dirt. So Ariel didn't want to know. The storyline gets stooged. See, we live in this sick culture because of fucking Meltzer and these sheets where it's about being first and being right and being, we were right and you were wrong. See, we were right and we were kind of right, and we're stooging the storylines. We're going to tell you what happened and be right about it before you can know what happened and be surprised by it. Like, that's what they're fucking doing. And so Dave, for some reason, thinks there's a problem with a guy like Ariel who primarily covers MMA and then uses his platform to get pro wrestlers on there and give them a place to speak while also fucking promoting these pro wrestlers to MMA fans and vice versa. And he's kind of working with them. Like, he's not entirely trying to get them to pull the curtain back. And he is just kind of going with who's hot and shit. He wants more eyeballs. A lot of fucking media's doing this, like working with WWE and shit, because it's hot right now. What can anyone say? Wrestling's back, baby. But with Dave, he like thinks there's a conspiracy afoot because Ariel's like fanning out, like Dave does when he's like, oh, Mascara Dorada walked the ropes and Mystico and my guy, I mean, they just had a brilliant match. The rope work, Brian. It was just, so he's marking out, and that's okay when Dave does it. But it's not okay for Ariel Helwani to mark out and go, dude, the best surprise for me was Seth Rollins as a fan. That's not okay, Dave. You piece of shit. So he goes, it was all a work, and I explained it on his site, Brian, but he didn't study and learn the business. My only question was if they would go through with the cash-in on that date or change the date. And Ariel's like, I have to admit, I got worked. So because Ariel doesn't instantly believe you, who's a proven fucking liar.
Liar!
Okay? And John Pollock, who's like, I mean, he's okay, I guess. Then that means that Ariel can't be worked as a fan and enjoy wrestling like we hope all of you fucking
Wrestling's not fake!
Good for me, not for thee. And then O'Shea Jackson, fuck yeah, dude. Here, I got to retweet this. He goes, he just didn't believe you and chose to believe something else. It's not that crazy. Fuck yeah. And then Disco goes, you're bragging about a spoiler? Exactly, dude. You're bragging about spoiling that shit for everyone. So Meltzer says, Raw isn't doing anywhere near 1.3 million. The Raw number would be in my story on the site Tuesday with Max well ahead.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Oh my God, he's such a fucking shill, dude. This is the lie, because we can't pull his card, dude. And he's going to keep doing this, keep pushing to try and get AEW in the conversations. They need to move away from Meltzer and all this shit, dude.
Exactly, no pop.
It only hurts them, and this is fucking crazy to be like, they're well ahead. They're well ahead of Netflix, man. Just think about that. Dude, Max can't be well ahead of fucking Netflix when it comes to this shit.
Poor people don't like AEW.
It's just madness. And read on my site where we're doing a 50% off sale. Let me reaffirm bullshit in your brains. Right? And here's Dave on his site.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
See, he's fucking mad that WWE fans mark out over Brock, but here's fucking Dave all night glazing because they did 711,000 viewers.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
It's just projection, bro. So Dave Meltzer. So here's fucking Sidgwick, who's just a ball kiss, bro. He's one of these fake smart guys who would get beat in an IQ test by any fucking average blue collar dude who did like a year of college then dropped out. Would beat Sidgwick in these fucking and Dave Meltzer's in an IQ test. Okay, these guys are fucking not smart people. Sidgwick, another very strong Dynamite. Feels like they're on a long, steady streak of uncomfortable league wins without any tricky fixtures. And then JD's like, lifeless, directionless, dull, all of the above. Yep, it's Wednesday. I'm over it now. Oh. And then Meltzer says, don't pay attention to bad faith people. The most bad faith motherfucker. The guy who tries to tell us that Dynamite's way ahead of Raw on Netflix. So Raj responds to Dave's conspiracy and is like, or dude, Ariel doesn't live and die off wrestling rumors and he got surprised. Why is that a bad thing? This is what makes wrestling fun, because Dave doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about wrestling. He cares about him and his fucking ego, and so does his circle jerk puppet group of fucking redax who all circle and float and blow each other. Right? So Meltzer says, this is what JD responds. JD versus Meltzer. He says, Dave, you are as every bit of bad faith that has ever existed in this space since AEW was created. Before then, you are a product of Tony Khan in the last stages of your career. A fucking liar. It's actually worse than bad faith. What started out, it's fucking pathetic because he doesn't own a stake. So it's just like his Mark fantasies come to life. What started out as a company that was needed has died off into a company that has brainwashed its fan base into thinking it's still every bit as good as it used to be. It lacks direction, a true vision, excitement, and any sort of life whatsoever. This fucking show is terrible and is two of the most mindless and boring hours in this space. Oh, gabagoo. I got to do old school JD a bit because he called me out. He's like, I'm not really Dice. And I'm like, well, I'll go back over here now. Oh. But yeah, dude, he's going back at Meltzy Seltzy and just letting it be known that he's just coping and seething. So Dave Meltzer nailed his Brock Lesnar prediction, and that's where that clip comes from that we're all playing and laughing at.
Brock Lesnar, he was not on Raw. They did show footage of his return. They had all of the reaction videos of people going crazy.
They did exactly what I said they would do, didn't I?
Dave?
Tomorrow, I mean, I'm sure there'll be 75 million views for Brock Lesnar's return, and they'll show all these podcasters. Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, why do you care? You're just a bitter, old, coping, old son of a bitch. So Dave Meltzer hits Luigi here, who says they have not beaten the flagship show for the largest wrestling promotion in the world, Dave. Just because you love the style of the AEW wrestlers, so do I. Doesn't mean we got to lie about them beating them in the ratings. And then Dave hits him with a Brendan Schaub. Oh, sorry for your loss. Those who know, homeless cats know. So Dave says, oh, sorry for your loss. A smart person would say, wow, it didn't know that. It didn't know that. Yeah, a real smart guy you are, Dave. A super smart person. It's a super smart person. It's a super match. Oh, these are super wrestlers, Brian. Oh, my God. A smart person would say, wow, it didn't know that. Yeah, you're real smart. A super smart person with math skills would go, let me check that out, and then study the numbers. And after doing so, would say, wow, I didn't know that. Dave, you don't study the numbers. I've studied them more than you. Probably not, but like the real actual, because you don't know what the max ones are. You just invent them. You lie about 30% increase on Amazon. You invent them and lie. So you don't know them. Disco says, now start studying viewership across all of the media platforms. Not a hard task, and paints a pretty clear picture. Exactly. Attendance, social media, streaming, cable, everything, Dave. It's just night and day, and you're delusional. So, of course, The Observer, 50% off for new subscribers. Going at a fucking sale, Dave? Going at a business sale here or what? This Ryan Frederick gentleman says it's so fucking hysterical how many people actually had truly believed that Dave owns any part of AEW, and that's why they're trying to keep the ownership private. It started as a comedy bit, then everyone took it serious. I'll take ownership for that, but yeah, it's a joke. Like we were saying, what other explanation could there be? But he doesn't. It's obvious he doesn't. He's just this pathetic. And Meltzer says, it's hysterical because if I did, I'd be in Maui, not working 120 hours a week, let alone praising WWE more than AEW since 2022. All of that has turned around this year. Dave pretending that he's praised WWE more than AEW. Liar! Oh my God, bro. Dave is just, he's just saying anything. So it's not about what's truthful or not. He's just saying anything to combat everything. So we knew Dave Meltzer would give this match 5 stars, Rhodes and Cena. Why? Because of the weapon spots and the false finishes and the kickouts of all the moves. Although that's not why it deserved 5 stars. PWT Universe, you guys understand this. It deserved 5 stars because it's the Hollywood Hogan Rock match of our era, of this new era, of this generation, right? I guess that was my era still, but, or my generation still, the Hollywood Hogan Rock match, but you guys get what I'm getting at. It's like the 2020 version of that, okay? That's why it deserves 5 stars, not because of the kickouts and the false finishes. If it wasn't these two super mega superstars at this stage on such an insane event with a fucking insane ending, personally, I would say the false finishes and shit took away from the match and stuff. But Dave, of course, was going to give it 5. We predicted that. Again, talking about predictions, like we called you out. We knew Dave was going to rate all of this shit really high. What did we also call out? He won't give Punk and Gunther the 5 stars, though. We called it out. So a 4.5 stars. Boom. Paul and McIntyre versus Roll and Orton, a 3.75. Rather generous, but I think Dave is out of hand with his star ratings, even for WWE. Like, I wouldn't have rated that a 3.75. And that's not to shit on any of the boys either. It's just that's high. He's rates high on most shit and then exaggeratively low on most shit. And the reason is because Dave's playing this game now, and I've broken this down before. He's rating, like he's not rating based off the history of all time. And he's never explained this, but I think it's what he's doing because we can track this. He's not rating like 5 stars out of like the greatest of all time matches. He's going, okay, what am I going to give the highest rating to this show? Maybe it's 5 stars. Maybe it's not. Let's say it's 5. It is. Okay, now I can't give Punk as much as Cena, so I'll give him 4.5, even though that would be a 5, or maybe back in the day it would have been a 4. You guys get what I'm saying? Then he has to go, okay, the TLC, well, that was better than Punk, but I can't give it more than the Cena match. He's rating it like based on what it is that weekend or whatever, or on that show. I swear that's how he's doing it, to control a narrative of like, this is what was good wrestling, this is what wasn't. And of course, even when it comes to WWE, his sicko brain takes over every time. So anyways, Roman and Jay versus Breaker and Reed, a 4. I wouldn't rate that a 4-star match personally. He's out of hand. He's out of touch with these ratings. The tag team TLC, a 4.75. Nope. I think that's too high, especially if you think about all the TLCs. I think that's too high. Naomi versus Ripley versus Sky, a 4. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. That seems high. Stratton versus Jade, a 2. That's probably fair. Maybe a 2 or a 2.5 or a 3. Becky Lynch versus Lyra, just for like the stage it was on, that has to get more points. Becky Lynch versus Lyra, 3.75. Solo versus Jacob in a cage, a 2. Mysterio AJ, a 2.75. Bliss Charlotte Rodriguez Perez, a 3. Zayn versus Cross, a 1.5. Yeah, so there you go. I just think Dave is like overly exaggerative on low rankings and high rankings, Observer says Nick Khan's attitude as a general rule is that unless there is a criminal conviction, it's not an issue. So you could Chris Benoit your family, and as long as there's no conviction, then you can come back, It's so fucking ridiculous. So here we go. Here's Brian, trying Brian and Dave again, joking about the ownership of AEW. Brian. And let's take a listen.
There's information redacted, and
redacted.
AEW is being requested to unredact the information.
Yeah.
And they don't want...
Once you go full redact, bro, I don't know if you can unredact yourself in the situation.
What is going on?
The question is that they don't want to redact is the ownership. I mean, like Beatnik LLC, I believe it's called, is the ownership group of AEW.
And if you'd study the business, you wouldn't believe, you would know.
And
if you watched PWT, Dave, you'd be infinitely smarter.
They said that it's like 2 people who reside in Illinois, which would be Tony Khan and either his father or his sister or both. They own over 90%, and everybody else combined owns under 10%.
Everybody else. And now Dave's like, everyone else owns 10%. So now you're either lying again, or you're stooging Tony Khan's business. Why would he trust you with any of this shit? And everyone else. So does that mean when he started this thing, he gave the elite each 1%? Does Cody Rhodes own 1% that we don't fucking know about? Maybe he owns 1%. And this isn't like nefarious. Think about it. Hey, you guys are EVPs. You're signed on. You helped start this company. Hey, Jericho, we want to keep you for life. I can only give you $2 million per year, but I'll give you 1% of the company moving forward and just be AEW for life, brah. Could that not be worked out in a fucking deal? I could totally see the Bucks each owning a percent of it. So he's like, and everybody else. So what? WBD owns what? 5%? And then each member of the elite owns 1% or something? Like, that wouldn't fucking shock me whatsoever. And that's not like some nefarious thing either. I'm not saying that to shit, but imagine if like Cody Rhodes owns 1% still. That could be why Tony Khan doesn't want people to see. That could be why Cody Rhodes bites his tongue still and puts over AEW, and still gets upset. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I'm one of the guys who made that. Could totally, but it remains to be seen. I don't know
if in fact there is anybody.
Cody Rhodes. I'm not saying that again. People are going to start running with, what if Rhodes owns 1%? I'm not saying that literally, but like, would you honestly be shocked if the elite at the start of this thing, there's like 5 members, they each got 1%? Like, I wouldn't be, and Rhodes is like the best form of like revenge is success or whatever. So he's on a revenge tour. Said it without saying it, really. So it's like, maybe he doesn't, but if like the Bucks did, would you be shocked?
There's always been the talk of WBD owning a percentage. I have always believed that's the case because every time.
No, and I'm not saying Tony Khan was cash strapped. I'm saying just to keep people. Like, imagine you go to WWE and they're like, hey, instead of giving you $1 million per year, we'll give you $500,000 per year, but you get 2% of WWE or something, or like 1%. You'd be like, oh, okay. But we want you to stay on for these however many years or whatever the fuck. If you're a guy like Jericho, or if you're the elite who invented the company, it's not about being strapped for cash. It's just an incentive without having to put more cash up front and shit like that. Like, would anybody be shocked if Kenny Omega owned some of AEW? I fucking wouldn't. I would not at all, you know? It only makes sense.
You know, it's been brought up with Tony Khan. He
Or
never
like
has
Jericho.
confirmed-
Jericho's super rich, man. He didn't like buy in. I don't fucking know. I've been floating that around for a long time.
But he's never denied it. Maybe there's something that we don't know. You know, maybe I own it. I don't know.
I was not going to joke, but like, hey, you know, at least at the end of this, we can dispense, so to speak, with the idea that you have an ownership stake in AEW.
If I had an ownership
I
stake
don't
in
think
AEW
you're redacted.
Yeah, if I had an ownership stake in AEW, I would not be here. I would be.
Gee, thanks.
I'd be long gone. Are you kidding me?
Well, I'd probably be on an island
I mean-
somewhere, for being honest. The point is, we're not actually being paid.
Why he's pretending like buying into AEW would cost you so much fucking money to buy in. Like, I don't know. It's ridiculous. So the Observer says WWE scrapped press conferences following PLEs because of Brock Lesnar's return. However, they are reportedly open to the idea of bringing them back in the future. So he's just basically saying they're trying a new thing. I'm going to blame it on this one thing. And if they go back to the other thing, it's because this thing I blamed it on. Okay. Dave Meltzer again talking about smart people. If anyone has to be like, we're smart, we're fucking smart people and shit, they're dumb fucks. Okay, rule of fucking thumb. I saw this video where this woman, they had these people take an IQ test, and there was this 22-year-old kid, and they all voted on how to rank each other based on who thinks they did the best in this IQ test. And this girl the whole time is like, I actually work in like a biology facility and I'm like a biologist and yeah, blah, blah, blah. And this like blue collar kid who he like went into a trade or whatever. And this girl's just holding court like, well, I actually worked with scientists, like literal scientists, like I'm actually working with science. So I blah 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 blah. Biochemistry, yeah. So like like literally that one of those fucking broads. And she's like talking down to everyone, and they organize each other in the order of how they think they'd have done on the IQ test. They rank this 22-year-old kid the lowest, and he's like a trades kid. And then they reveal the actual results, and that chick had the lowest IQ by, mind you, like fucking 14 or 16 points or something like that. She had like 122. The next up from her was like 138 or whatever the fuck. And then the guy who, or maybe not 138, but she was like more than 10. She fucking lost this thing. And that kid was like one of the top. He wasn't the top, but he was like tied for second or whatever. And it just shows you, man, like the people who are like, I'm so fucking smart. I'm so fucking smart. You're just a dumb fuck idiot. Poor people don't like AEW. Low IQ, dumb fuck trailer park trash love WWE. Like you're the dumb person. You're fucking projecting. This is how we all know, because you're so dumb. You think you're smarter than everyone else. You think you're smarter than us all. You know?
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
Meanwhile, we're all just like, you are a fucking idiot. So, again, Dave says, and what do the smartest people who know my business and read my work say? The value of what those who read say trumps thousands who don't. And then he posts a link to npr.org from 18 fucking years ago, man. He had to travel back. Time cop. He had to travel back in fucking time 2 decades to be like, here's what people thought of me 20 years ago. Holy shit, Dave. And then Niccolo Piccolo just clowning him. And then Dave says, in WWE, virtually all talk about NXT Europe is non-existent. Okay, so then how would you know about it if they weren't talking about it? Stupid idiot. Let me check in with chat quick. Sorry, I see a super chat that's been waiting for a fucking while, and I'm sorry to keep it waiting. Get him in now if you guys are trying to get me to see something. For 5, Chazarus is back for 5. Says Dave's math checks, but checks out, but only if you make bad assumptions. I ran my own math. The live numbers is 1.3 to 1.8. Not good, but not 300K. I just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And when everybody goes, I ran my own numbers. Listen, I defer to Switchblade and I just look at what Max has posted and what we've covered on this show. So I'd have to see your math, Chazarus. But God bless you for doing it. Anyone who crunches the numbers, like seriously. But if anybody is saying AEW is doing hundreds of thousands on Max, they're just wrong. That would be outdrawing all of the top fucking sports in the world on Max. They don't do that. They don't do that. They just don't. Time Cop is the best movie. Meltzer being an owner is insane. I know. I started that joke, the 3% joke, to the point everyone talked about it. Phil Marks started that shit. Period. I did. I floated it out there before anyone. Here's the problem with it, though. I was kidding, and I fully admit that. And it's more pathetic than you think. He doesn't. It would be less pathetic if he owned some. Honestly, it would, or if they paid him. It would be less pathetic. But it's truly just his vision for pro wrestling. And Tony's sinking millions, and Tony will listen to Dave, and he thinks he has a hand in booking and pushing guys and shit. And that's why he's got this smarmy, condescending attitude, because it's like, I know what you don't know. And that's why he's so invested, because he feels like he's like booking this shit, you know? Whopper. Oh, I'd love a fucking Whopper. I'd love a fucking double Whopper with cheese right now. Or one of those BLT double quarter pounders from McDonald's. Grok sucks at mixing Brock Lesnar and a lobster. Okay. Don't make that man have to ask. Except he didn't have the know-how on running a wrestling company. That's what the elite was there for. Exactly. And then he didn't listen to them. 1% is such a small stake, it's basically nothing. Yeah. But then if it sells, or what if it goes public one day, pal? Like you say it's basically nothing, but I mean, it's ownership. Like it's something, it's just an incentive for these guys, you know, for some of them, maybe at the beginning, or like them making a pact, like we're in it together. Dave knows that there's owners, and the other people own like 10% amongst them. So there's a bunch or more, all the other people, he said. So what does all the other mean? Like 3 or 4 or 5 or 2? You know, what does that mean? So Dave's sort of like stooging a little bit there. And I'm just saying, who could they be? I don't know. And then if they're breaking up 10%, really think about it. WBD for sure owns some of it. So what do they own? 8%? And then like, let's Shark Tank it up here. Like, who owns the other little bits? And you know, or does WBD own 9% and then one other person owns 1%, and then Dave saying all the other people? He said all the other people. So let's assume that some people are bought in at 0.5% or 1%, and WBD owns 5%, you know, it's something. And I don't give a fuck. But if all these sheets are coming out and saying like, and even Dave's like, well, they own less, or they own about 10%, and then 90% is owned by Khan and like his sister or whatever he's saying, right? So obviously 5% is worth something to WBD. Like obviously these percentiles are worth something to someone. But I do appreciate your insight. You know what I'm saying? I'm not shitting on what you're saying. We're just having the conversation, Chazarus. And I do appreciate you bringing that up. So Dave Meltzer says people who say Meltzer math is wrong are people who literally never learned second grade math. Literally never learned second grade math, because I literally, like, this is how fucking dumb Dave is. He thinks he's smart. He's a little fucking kid brain, dude. The people who think this literally didn't pass grade 2 math, because I use Cerebro like I'm fucking Professor X, and I went into the minds of everyone who's ever said Meltzer math, and they all literally didn't pass grade 2 math. Simple division is not a difficult concept. Like, that condescending redact shit is what just irks me about Meltzer. So Dave says, I learn every day. He's afraid of learning and gets exposed every day. Talking about JD. I learn every day. He gets exposed every day. Or is that what you do, bro? Here's the thing. I make fun of JD JD's also a cool cat. Like, I'm not fully against. I'd fucking do shit with him. I've told you guys, but I'm not going to like pull punches. I'm going to joke about everybody. I joke about my friends all the time. I roast my fucking friends on the show all the time. But like, for you to, I don't fucking know, man. Just, I roast JD. I'll roast him any fucking time. But to be like, he's not learning. He's afraid to learn. Dave, shut the fuck up. No one has a segment where they just roast JD. You know? There's a whole fucking, you're akin to a flute. Look at George is down here putting flutes up. Like, people use flute as a code word, a fucking emoji, Dave. That's what I did to you. That's what I think of you. Oh, so Dave had this to say. They were considering Seth Rollins and LA Knight in a title match on the Sunday show, where, you know, he would win the title on Saturday and defend Sunday. You what? Dave just making shit up. So Seth won the title Saturday, and then he was gonna defend it Sunday, and they were just gonna add an extra match. Or are you fucking dumb and it was always planned for the Monday after SummerSlam, bro? Like, come on, man. So here is Brian and Dave talking about MVP rubbing people the wrong way backstage in AEW.
Don't think that there aren't people who MVP has rubbed the wrong way, okay? He has. MVP is a guy who's going to speak his mind. He's going to say what's on his mind. I mean, you can even see it on television sometimes during this interview segments. I mean, he's going to say what's on his mind.
So everyone else isn't, is what Brian's saying.
He'll do it on commentary. Yes, he does rub people the wrong way sometimes, okay? But, I mean, it's not like he's the only one. That's one of the other reasons the story is so bizarre. It's like, you know how many people rub people the wrong way in every company?
Well, why is it so bizarre? Because you and Dave blew it up into this big fucking thing?
There's a lot of them. But anyway, sure, sometimes it happens.
Because you've been trashing Hurt Syndicate since they come into the fucking company?
I don't think there's a serious issue between MVP and Mike Bailey.
You don't think there's a serious issue? Yeah, it's called being fucking professional. And they're two professionals. And they're two martial artists who fucking walk up to each other and go, hey, it's just business. Shake hands. Let's do a vignette. Let's shut these dirt sheets up. Don't think there's not real heat, guys. We're drumming up shit. They squashed it, but let me remind you, it's all fucked up backstage there, man. They're way better than WWE, man.
Maybe.
Like, what is your objective? You guys are idiots, man. They're stuck in this fucking thing of like, they can't keep it real ever, because then it's just like, well, you're the perpetrator of this. You and the sheet and other sheets blew this story up, and then by the end of the night, they're making videos together.
Maybe there's something there, but clearly, I mean, everything's good enough that they did a segment backstage. Okay, my point is, the fact that they did that segment for social media doesn't mean that the entire rest of the story is made up whole cloth, okay? It's not.
So then now put them over for their professionalism, like I did. Put them over. People don't like to hear what Phil's got to say. I fucking put them over for their professionalism. You do the same now. Oh, no, it's all fucked up and they're coming to blows, man. 50% off Observer. Sign up now. And I'm the grifter? Because I fucking give you my opinion on shit and I do funny ass voices? Fuck you.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. There is some heat on MVP. There are some people that don't like MVP.
Of course
There's some people that don't like how the Hurt Business is booked. I mean, none of this is new is the other thing. It's like, why did this all of a sudden come out this week? Like, we've been talking.
Because we've been talking about it forever. Yeah, because you assholes have been talking about it forever. And it got leaked this fucking week by you dirt sheet guys.
Talking about it forever. I asked around yesterday, you know, there's a little bit to it that's maybe not what was written, but in general, like a lot of that.
Hey, Brian. Oh, hey, all this stuff that was said, don't think it's fake. It's all real. I mean, there's maybe a little bit to it that's not real, but yeah, it's all real.
That is the way things are.
Great fucking analysis of the situation there. Holy shit, trying Brian, dude. Man. So we move along here. So Dave, again, he's just arguing you avoided my state. Or Big Boy Show 66 says Flair wasn't just part of a sponsorship deal. They used him on TV for storylines. He performed promos, bumped, and was involved in Sting's last match. I'm sorry, Dave, but that's an excuse. And that's in response to Dave saying everyone saw the Jericho tape when it happened. He was swarmed by belligerent fans. Where did he work at the time? What was the reaction? Where he worked when this happened? As for Flair, you absolutely can knock Khan for that. Again, Flair worked for WWE when this happened. So it's just where you work. So Dave Meltzer calls WWE a sleazy company who will work with people who have a bit of a shady past when it comes to Brock Lesnar, but he doesn't keep the same energy for fucking Chris Jericho or Ric Flair. Chris Jericho straight up smacked a bitch one time. Ric Flair's pulled his dick out on multiple people, and he doesn't keep the same energy for that. Well, they worked in WWE. Okay. And the culture's changed. It's a new company. Vince is out of the way. So Brock comes back. Is he not vindicated? If Brock showed up in AEW, would you bring this shit up? But you don't bring it up for Flair and shit. You don't call them sleazy when they're willing to work with fucking people with questionable fucking pasts. Okay? So it's not an excuse, Dave. You're just coping constantly. And Dave's like, you avoided my statement. I'm fine with anything people say about Flair and AEW as long as it's consistent, and also bring up WWE, TNA, Car Shield, the lottery, and 1,000 other things. No, Dave, we don't have to bring up all those things. We can bring up pro wrestling companies. Sure, that's fair. But the Lotto Max, Dave, you're a fucking moron. You move the goalpost. We don't need to talk about all that. We're talking about wrestling. If it's only AEW, you're grasping, since he made far more WWE appearances, and we both know if he's a free agent, WWE makes him an offer immediately. So does AEW, though. So what's the difference? He literally works there right fucking now. Dave, you're too dumb to understand what this conversation even is. And then Disco points out the account you're responding to has 0 followers, Dave. He's responding to people. When people talk shit to me, and if I look at their thing and if they have like 7 followers, I just block them now. I don't even fuck around. It's like, okay, this is unreal. You know, you're not even a real person. So this guy here says the Netflix numbers were provided by Netflix. The AEW and Max numbers were provided by somebody that also is your friend. And then Meltzer goes, if the Netflix numbers were real for the last week, it would mean less than 300,000 views worldwide were live. No, Dave, again, you're not intelligent enough to have this conversation. You're saying it was less than 300,000 live based on the fucking faux math that you guys are doing over there, okay? So Collision numbers, do the math. How can you get 5.5 million hours and 2.7 million views live and until they stop airing commercials is 2 hours 39 minutes, and the version up the next day is 1 hour 59 minutes. Use basic math and make those add up, and keep in mind the 2 point. Holy shit, Dave, just the fact you have to go this deep into it, AEW shit.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Crazy cope coming from Camp Dave. Moving along here, right? So here's what Dave has to say, or here's what Filthy Tom Lawler has to say about MVP. And he's a legit martial artist, UFC caliber, Ultimate Fighter caliber, MMA fighter. So let's hear his assessment.
Could you imagine MVP and Speedball Mike Bailey hanging out together?
Okay, we got to talk about this. It's being reported MVP has, quote, rubbed a lot of people the wrong way backstage in AEW. According to Fightful, this sentiment has been expressed by a number of talents on the roster. The Hurt Syndicate member has made it known that he does not like Speedball Mike Bailey. Somebody decided we got to throw MVP under the bus.
Yeah, you fucking assholes. God, Brian, we just played a clip where you're sitting there going, we've been talking about this forever. Why is this breaking news? Oh, someone had to throw him under the bus. Yeah, you mean you and Chucklefuck Dave throwing him and Hurt Syndicate under the bus since they signed? Being like, oh, they're just old guys and don't want to put anyone over. Holy fuck, man. Have some self-awareness.
We're going to just lay it on the line like everything. Who they don't want to lose to, who they don't specifically like. I read this and I was like, wow, someone's mad.
You and Dave. Yeah, you and Dave. You're mad. You've gone mad.
I mean, a few people, I'm sure. And it's also because it's Mike Bailey. What, because he wrestles with no shoes?
No, it's not because he wrestles with no shoes. It's because the fucking wrestling that you and Dave like sucks, bro. And Bailey leans more in that camp where it just looks phony and shitty and cheesy. Okay? Now, a lot of people do like the style. A lot of people can't get behind it. A lot of people Lashley's looking at the landscape of AEW and going, they put him in a tag team with fucking Kevin Knight. Like, what does that do for anybody? Let me put over like an actual tag team and then let me like fight for the world title. Like, no, it has nothing. It's because Mike Bailey's never going to be AEW world champion. Like, what the fuck?
Never heard anybody say anything negative about Mike Bailey. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever heard anyone say you've worked?
You've worked. No one's ever said anything negative about Mike Bailey. Yeah, he's a great guy. I'm sure he's a great guy. It's not about that. It's about business, Brian, which you have no fucking concept of. You and Dave.
All over the place.
He's French Canadian.
Is that it? It's just bizarre.
It's really not bizarre. It's really fucking not. You just don't understand it because you don't think critically about this stuff and you take no onus on any of the shit that you cause or any of the narrative that gets leaked out there because of shit that you cause with Dave, with Uncle Dave. So Meltzer, again, he's like the same place that 800,000 or so SmackDown viewers and 800,000 Raw viewers from 1 year ago went. Change of platforms and availability has a great effect on overall numbers. And then Niccolo Piccolo posts this, your new role, like just shilling for WBD. Go apply for a job, Dave. You might as well. You're already tonguing their balls. So Meltzer said, in 2016, 56-year-old Dancing Dynamite Dave claimed he had better abs than John Morrison. That's a shoot. In 2020, in 2016. And yeah, fucking Meltzer saying he has better abs than Morrison.
I'm too old to be looking like that, though.
Oh, yeah? That doesn't help your case here, Dave.
Yeah, I know.
You're not too
It's
old to be
weird.
looking like that. Give me a break.
No, you know what though? Seriously, this is gonna. Okay, now, So there was like a little while ago, I decided, since my weight is kind of down, and I used to have like really good abs. God, why am I wasting time talking about this? So anyway,
you're a fucking mark for yourself. Get it? Even back then. This is from 2016, posted in 2019. Even a decade ago. Mark for yourself.
I had this goal to have abs like Johnny Mundo, right? So he's here this weekend, and I have better abs than Johnny Mundo right now.
God damn it, man. What kind of person even says shit like this? This is like Brendan Schaub. It's just him and Callan like bragging about shit for fucking 2 hours. That's what Dave does. Like, shut up. That's why my shtick, not to pull the curtain back, that's why my shit is how I fucking am always putting myself over. It's the gimmick. I'm making fun of clowns like Meltzer. Look at this. He's blowing himself to death. Holy shit, man. What a mark.
Really?
Yeah, for real. Because he was smoother than I don't have better abs than Matt Sydal, and I think there might be one or two other guys that were on. But like I'm way older than these guys. But I think there were a couple of guys that here that maybe. But Johnny Mundo. I mean, it's not like he's fat. Johnny Mundo's got a great physique.
It's not like he's fat. No shit, Dave.
Riddle frickin's got an incredible physique. That dude, I got it. Oh my.
Oh man. So yeah, how many best abs? So this is what Dave said recently. Lisa Green says the guy who didn't know what a treadmill looked like. And then Meltzer goes, how many best abs, plaques, and trophies do you have from bodybuilding contests? Oh, Dave's got trophies, man. Dave's based, man. He's like, dude, I got all these plaques for my abs. So the big unanswered question is what made WWE legal change their viewpoint on Lesnar? Dave says, the belief, despite Janelle Grant's attorneys indicating this wasn't a sure thing and a judge ruling in the case that indicated an investigation was still going after we got word it was over, is that there is no legal case against Vince McMahon, Brian. That was, believed to have, been tabled, except, at the same time that, the SEC investigation of McMahon completed, which was early January. The civil trial was going. Do they see that as less of a threat? One would think so by this action. If the case goes to arbitration, everything related to Lesnar becomes irrelevant. They see a settlement coming. The Lesnar stuff is likely not a major factor either. Detective Dave is on the fucking case. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I just think he's in the clear, or else WWE wouldn't fucking touch it with a 10-foot pole again. You know, and anybody criticizing like, well, they were paying him. Well, that's just, they have to honor their contract. Well, Detective Dave, man, he's on it. So Dave Meltzer says Raw isn't doing anywhere near 1.3 million. The Raw number would be in my story on the site Tuesday. And then Machiavelli says, is he suggesting that Netflix figures they provided are inaccurate? Yes, he's calling Netflix liars. So here is Dave text question. Dave is actually posting on Twitter the Raw numbers Netflix are releasing are not real. At what point do you tell the Emperor he has no clothes? Even Dave's co-hosts for over a quarter of a century don't understand or believe Dave's math. So let's take a look here. Dave is trying to say that the numbers Netflix puts out are lies. He's refuting them. We know he's coping and seething. Here's his own co-hosts who just think he's a shithead full of shit.
Let's see. Oh, God. Okay. Dave is actually posting on Twitter the Raw numbers Netflix are releasing are not real. At what point do you tell the Emperor he has no clothes? So, I listen. Dave is going to do whatever he wants to do with the
Dave's going to do whatever he wants to do, and I'm not going to call out the fucking bullshit or argue against it, even though I'm pretending to be a journalist because I'm suckling off the teat and I'm going to take over this empire one day, which is totally fine if I just admitted that, or I don't even really need to admit it, but I don't need to make excuses or laugh. Good little jab, am I right? Look, he's going to do what he wants to do. Yeah, that's the whole thing. The Emperor has no clothes. You guys are letting him run around naked. You know, like, fuck's sakes, dude.
The Emperor, he has no clothes. So, I listen. Dave is going to do whatever he wants to do with the Netflix ratings. I just let him do it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I.
That's the problem. You're supposed to be his friend. You're supposed to be a trusted journalist as well. Refute his shit. Point out why it's flawed. Even you don't agree with it.
Talk about the anything that comes from Nielsen. I talk about here on the show, usually briefly, you know, but like, I don't trust the Netflix numbers at all. I don't.
Why?
I mean, they don't add up. Okay.
Okay.
And
what about the Max ones now?
What Dave means by the numbers don't make sense, like he's got a formula. Brandon Thurston has a formula. Netflix, I mean, the numbers that he gets do come from Netflix. And yes, you'll say that they fudged.
And he's trying to say they fudged them. So let me just subtract some based off this math I made up for my formula. But then when it comes to Max and AEW, what does Dave do? Oh, let me add some based on this fake math I do. And instead of calling it out, Brian, you just sit there and fucking like a little whipping boy and I don't know, man. I think that's why Brian's reaching so hard with like this MVP stuff, you know, because he can't like genuinely cover this shit.
Like, how? What is going? I don't understand. Like, I don't. Here's the thing, okay? It doesn't make sense, and so I'm not going to deal with it. That's it. These are the numbers they say. Whatever, okay? I mean, sometimes it'll be like, you know, the equivalent on Nielsen would have been 800,000, and I'm like, okay, listen, that's impossible. I realize that there's not a direct correlation between viewership and like attendance and everything like that, but there's no way.
So listen to what Brian's saying. He's like, there's not a direct correlation. Now he's right. There's not a direct correlation, like 1-to-1 correlation does not equal causation. Right? So you can't just definitively, absolutely say, well, the attendances are down. Like what we brought up earlier, right? And what Nicolo Piccolo said, what Disco said, what your boy Phil said. Yo, the attendances aren't up. Like, how are they beating Raw, but then Raw's selling out buildings? Now, you can't absolutely 100% definitively say that, okay, like just if they were beating Raw, that automatically means the attendances are up. However, you can, though, in a way, okay, yes, you can't technically, you can't say that, but you can, though, because why? Every live fucking thing ever that's out there, like the fucking, if there's a demand for it, if the TV ratings, okay, Donald Trump is like the most famous guy, one of the most famous guys in the world, even before he becomes president. Why? Because his fucking TV show had like 20, Celebrity Apprentice had like fucking tens of millions of people watching it, you know? So it's like when the demand's there, the fucking people show up. Like, why did 80 billion people show up and faint when the Beatles walked out on the street? You know, like the crowd because they were lying about their fucking, because they weren't a draw on TV or whatever, you know, their albums didn't sell, but the crowds turned up for them. That would be such an anomaly. And that's the point we're trying to get across. Like, okay, we can say it is the reason. And Alvarez, to give him credit, he is agreeing with me here. He's like, I know we can't say it's correlation equals causation, but like, come on. If you're trying to say like it's beating Raw and look at well, then why aren't the attendances like Raw? It just doesn't make sense, okay? When Chris Angel Mind Freak has the #1 show on TV, his show comes on and millions are gathering around to watch Mind Freak, and then he's fucking doing residencies selling tickets every weekend. So much so, you know, it's like, come on, man. Is that not, can we not say it's because of the fucking viewership and the ticket sales? Like, it's crazy to pretend like those don't factor into one another, you know?
Nielsen would have been 800,000, and I'm like, okay, listen, that's impossible. I realize that there's not a direct correlation between viewership and like attendance and everything like that.
There kind of is, though.
But there's no way that 50% fewer people could possibly be watching Raw this year. And meanwhile, they're drawing 11,000 to every. It doesn't make any sense, okay?
Right.
So I don't want to deal with it.
Right. And that's just it, is that like, you know, and I don't know if he was about to start arguing with Dave there, but, you know, you think all the people in the crowd at Raw aren't watching fucking Raw every week? Like, I just don't understand. What do you think? They're just there because wrestling's in town. Okay, then why doesn't AEW do that? Why don't all those same people tune in when AEW comes to town? Because, oh, well, wrestling's in town. You can't explain it any other way, right? So, yes, like on a technical level, it's not 1-to-1, but it pretty well has to be related, you know? So it's quite funny to hear Brian trying there, but he's like, I just won't touch it or argue with Dave. And we can just see analytics. So here's Dave, like 800,000 or so SmackDown viewers and 800,000 Raw viewers from 1 year ago went. Look at the analytics. Look at the SmackDown analytics compared to fucking Dynamite, dude. Just interest, like, of people Googling it. Like looking shit up. What happened on SmackDown? Who returned? What did I miss? Well, legal link. I don't have Netflix. I don't have Peacock or USA or whatever. Where can I stream this? You know, that's how much more interest is going on. All of it, Dave. So like these hips don't lie, dude. These dips don't lie. Oh, it's on tonight. I know these dips don't lie, and he's starting to feel right. Right? So the Raw number on Netflix is gimmicked. I knew it. So yeah, Dave arguing with Grok again. Oh boy. So Grok is like, Uncle Dave is saying Netflix has reported 5.5 million viewing hours and 2.7 million views for the WWE show. Doesn't add up mathematically using the show's length, blah, blah, blah. Meltzer goes, well, somebody went to Grok to do their math and they came up with 230,000 live worldwide watch Raw. Obviously, that's fake. Ergo, the Netflix numbers for Raw are gimmicked. Dave, this is the part that you should be ashamed of that nobody's going to bring up but me. Because I am the king of fucking cooking you.
Fucking Mark!
You're on the same level as Grok right now, bro. You and Grok are operating on the same fucking wavelength, you know?
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
So, round 3, I guess, between Dave and Grok. So, again, this guy here, Jonathan Clark says, really? Laugh, laugh, laugh. The Death Riders and Mox were awful. And then Dave says this. Okay, Dave says, people complained about Moxley for months before realizing he was the key in drawing that All-In Texas house. He was the key in drawing it? He can't even draw in Ohio, bro. He needed Joe and a cage to draw 5,000. We've seen hundreds of thousands of viewers dip off since he's been on this fucking run. Then most who understand business changed their tune. No, nobody changed their tune. Nobody's changed their tune on Mox or you, Dave, or their tune about AEW. You can dislike them and say they were bad, but the company turnaround, we live in two different fucking worlds, dude, and you're in a bubble, Dave. You can dislike them and say they were bad, but the company turnaround and the success of the main event tells me they accomplished what they set out to do. What did they accomplish to set out to do? They did one of their lowest numbers, followed by a 7-11 that you guys are all fucking running around dancing like it's the Beyonce video 7-11. No. You guys are running around dancing, taking victory laps for 711,000 people, dude. So this is just, it's overwhelming. And all I tweeted out, I just said, prove it. Prove that Mox was the key draw, whatever that means. Like, what were the quarter hours on his fucking segments, dude? Everyone's still complaining about him. 711K viewers isn't time to throw a party. That's why AEW can never get ahead. Dave hurts AEW more than helps them with his bullshit. He doesn't even represent AEW fans, just his own shark-brained ideas and narrative. So did I cook him, Chad? I think I cooked him right there because it's just like, come on, man. You're not helping here. They can't get ahead because you're acting like this is beating Raw. So then when they really beat Raw, it's going to be cry wolf. And we're not, because listen, maybe there is a time that comes up if they do turn things around. Not they turned it around. So if they do start to turn things around, Dave, maybe they've started turning things. Okay, maybe I'll give you that. Like maybe I don't really think that, but let's say they're starting to turn things around. You're just like, oh, they turned shit around. So then we're like, well, you said they turned shit around before they haven't even turned things around yet. They don't even get a chance. They get written off before they even get a chance. And it's just like, oh, they beat Raw. Let's say there was in like a year's time. Let's say they're growing. They're doing like 700, 800. Let's say they're tickling 800 again. And we're like, oh, shit, man, it's maybe coming back a bit. And then someone wrote a piece. But we're being honest. Like, well, fuck, they're the strong number 2, da-da-da-da. They're growing bit by bit here. And then someone wrote a piece like, look, man, they may have beat Raw if you factor in, listen, like if we're giving Netflix at their worst and we're giving Max at their best, man, this maybe have beaten Raw. That would be a compelling story. That'd be a piece that I'd be putting over on this show. Like, dude, it's heating up. It's a war, brother. But instead, Dave is jumping the fucking shark on AEW's behalf. He doesn't even represent their fans. The fans don't want that. We want you to shut up about it and stop saying they're beating Raw. Do you notice how AEW, as Bishop Dyer pointed out earlier in the show, they're not talking about WWE as much? Dave, you do the same. Follow suit, man. You're fucking things up. So the very last clip of the evening, an extra long Dave Meltzer dumb moment, but our viewership, I mean, we're at like over 400 watching across X and YouTube. So you guys are the fucking best. So AEW is being watched by more people in years, but live attendance is down because local promotion. So reminder, Jim Cornette is free. So is PWT. Tony Khan's father, Dave Dementia Meltzer, charges $14.99. Here is what Dave Meltzer's assessment was, and he's going to cope and seethe, which I'm not going to play it again, but it's so fitting here. Maybe I fucking should.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
So here's his take on it's because of the local promoting. So if Dynamite's beating Raw, then it's their local promoting that get all the people to Raw for the sellouts. Like, what are you talking about?
AEW is being watched by more people than in years, but live attendance is not big at all.
Why would it not be big? Hey, that Chris Angel show is being watched by more people than ever, but no one's going to the shows. Hey, that fucking circus clown over there, more people are seeing him than ever. But he's not a fucking draw he's not a draw as part of the circus. Like, it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Hey, the Beatles sold more records than fucking ever. More people heard their music than ever, but no one fucking knows them. These giant crowds that are showing up, it's just because they locally promoted. They put up the posters locally, and they were up there fucking taping them, stapling them. Right? Like, what is he fucking talking about? It's so ludicrous.
People go like, why is that? And it's like, a lot of it has to do with local promotion and not advertising matches far enough ahead of time. And he doesn't do live.
Not advertising far enough ahead of time. Because WWE advertises way fucking ahead of time all the time. Come on now.
Live shows.
They're selling out. They're doing big sellouts based on fucking just announcing, here's an event here. Do we even have one Survivor Series match announced yet? They've sold goddamn 25,000 tickets already? Sellout? Come on, man.
As much for the live audience, for the TV audience, whereas...
That's because local promoting. Hey, we're doing this wrestling show. Or is it because it's fucking hot and the TV numbers reflect that and you're lying?
WWE tries to really do both, if you know what I mean. There's things that you could do. And he is doing like match at the end of the show, you know, that are really good that aren't on TV, you know, like, you know, when he brings in Mystico and Mascara Dorada.
Dave, no one gives a fuck if he just brings in Mystico or Mascara Dorada. Stop marking out about these guys. No one gives a fuck if he does a great match that isn't on TV. Why isn't he pulling a WWE and popping the highest rated at the end of the show by putting on a fucking main event that everybody wants to see at the end of the show? In the UFC, are the most people watching the main event or the fucking opening segment, the opening fight? Combat sports. Okay, so there's more people watching the fucking opening boxing match than Anthony Joshua's fight at the end. Like, what are you talking about? Why isn't he putting, oh, it's a great match? I mean, everyone's minds would be blown. Then why isn't it like, come on, man. It's just literally saying anything. Just throwing fucking a handful of spaghetti at the wall, hoping one of the noodles stick.
Match at the end of the show, you know, that are really good that aren't on TV, you know, like, you know, when he brings in Mystico and Mascara Dorada and stuff. But that's still, because they're not TV stars in the United States, it's like, I think Tony sees it because he's a hardcore fan. It's like, oh man, I'm getting this bonus match with Mystico and Mascara Dorada at the end of the show. But, and to some of their audience, that's great. But to a lot of their audience, it's like, I don't know these guys.
It's not even a lot of their audience. It's all the fucking people that watch WWE that tried to watch when AEW would get 1 million viewers. It's all those people who no longer watch it, and they're like, "Well, I don't fucking know these guys." So it's not just the AEW fans, man. It's the casuals, the lifeblood of every fucking industry. Period. Only morons don't understand this. Okay. Nobody fucking, okay, yes, some people eat McDonald's every single day, 3 times a day. Supersize me. Most people casually consume McDonald's. Most people casually consume television shows. You don't watch every show that's put on TV. You watch the ones you fucking like. So we could just say this about everything. People casually buy bread. You don't only buy bread. You buy a bit of fruit, a bit of bread, a bit of fucking, milk, here's some meat, whatever the fuck. The casuals are the lifeblood of every fucking industry.
Of course, comparing it to the Attitude Era is just ridiculous. But like Austin and Rock and Jericho and Triple H were the ones in those dark matches at the end of those shows.
Yes.
And that's a lot different from that strategy.
Exactly. It's not like, and they don't do house shows. That's why. So they're not going to have the big stars do the fucking dark matches after the show and all this. And the live events just aren't as good, man. WWE puts on way better TV and all of that. It's just what it is. Joe Budden isn't freaking out going, oh man, OTC, like freaking out. No celebrities who go to AEW are like melting down over the experience. And Dave, you just don't study the goddamn business. And that was Dave Meltzer's dumb. That's all I got tonight. We've gone so long tonight. That was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. I want to thank you all for being here. Round of applause, PWT Universe. Man, like 400 right now, roughly. It's Saturday. I started late. We went super late. Make sure you tune into the Member Monday live show. Become a member for only 99 cents. And you can check me out on Wednesday at the same time. I have 3-time OVW heavyweight champion coming on the show next week on the podcast. I already recorded that. I played some games with him. Shout out the Cree Mando, by the way, who became a new YouTube member. Sorry, I'm just saying this show. And enjoy access to the Monday show. And I appreciate you all. Make sure you guys tune in Wednesday. And yeah, I just have more amazing shows. Check out Hughesy's channel. I was on with him and Carl from Who Are These Podcasts and that Aussie guy and Echo the Pineapple and the Quad Father. And I think that's it. And Hughes, of course, myself, and we were dabbling a bit in the Dabbleverse. If you guys are into pop culture and just talking shit about YouTube, internet drama and stuff, take it easy. Get in the Discord. Until next time, I'll see you in the Upside Down. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
The DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Put me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places in a month. You'll be live like my favorite movie. Lifetime. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
I heard